and humbled to be a part of this event. So thank you to the Global Board for putting peace on the agenda. Thank you. I think I would like to share a presentation. Okay, you see this now? Yes. I choose to call this In Every Type a Path to Peace. And I speak for private persons and in firms and schools and in prison. But for me, we are all human beings at work and at home. I normally use this photo. It's from my home area. And I like to have the bird's eyes view on reality. The title here is Insight Insikt ger utsikt, and in English it's almost like Insight brings perspective, and that's the great thing with the Enneagram. We see so much perspectives in our life. And I just want to share some experience and some insights. I speak Norwegian normally, so pardon my language, so I will take it slow. I live in the midst of nature, and the nature is a wonderful source for me to peace. But as we all know, in nature, we also can have struggles in our mind, our heart, our relations, or at work or home. That's life. But the Enneagram meant a huge difference for me. I met it around 1990. It was a seminar in the book of Andreas Ebert and Richard Rohr, The 9 Phases of the Soul. And for me, it struck my story, my upbringing, my parents, our patterns, the wounds, the struggles, and all the gifts. This is in Norwegian, but as I hope you all know, and I hope you see this, the stereotypes are just patterns. We are much more than these patterns, but the dynamic of this model is so wonderful. It's a transformational system. But my story it didn't start here, but this is Budapest 1956. It was my father. He was a political refugee against the communist government, and he was really he fought very actively, and he had to flee. 5,000 were killed during a short period of time. 250,000 had to flee. 1,200 came to Norway, and my father was one of them. Of course, he came with suitcases full of drama and trauma. I just tell my story because we all have a story. So I would like you to reflect on your story. But he met Una from this place, a little countryside in Norway. And she was a daughter of a war sailor. He went to the sea 3 years before the war, Second World War. And when the war started, he couldn't get home. So he came home 8 years later. And she tried to do her best to struggle in her life and to be a good girl. And she became a nurse. And so to tell, my father is strictly 8 and my mother very 1. So I grew up in a lot of systems and control and the survival. They got married in Montreal. Nobody knew here at home. He was one of the first refugees that came to Norway. And in a way, it was not very popular, unfortunately. But for me, it was a cultural clash. I really had to understand, why are they doing what they are doing? Why is this the only way? They had their patterns from their wounds, but they had a lot of striving and longing, and they are still living. So I'm still I have them around, but they are not on this, I think, but they know I use their story. But because of this, I got very curious of human behavior and the brain and mindset and our emotional intelligence. So I started to study to be a teacher, a coach, a business consultant. And after a while, I wrote a book. I wrote a book. I read as well, but I wrote a book because I found the Enneagram as a wonderful tool to understand what's going on. Because the little thing we see is these actions between, or yeah, but what's really is the driving forces, it what we don't see. Our story, our personality, our values, our beliefs. And that's so interesting. So together with Dr. Lee, we wrote this book, and the vision was to bring the Enneagram to everybody, to make it practical and visual, and let people see that this is about human nature. That's how we are. But we have so much possibilities and choices and capacity and diversity. So for me, it's so interesting. And the Enneagram journey started, I just told my friends, this is so precious. And then they said, you have to build a seminar. And it's grew. Now I've been working in many, many companies. But we live in a time that's very complex. And Albert Einstein told us, I fear the day when the technology overlaps with our humanity. The world will only have a generation of idiots. Of course, the technology and the AI and everything is a great, great thing for humanity, but it also is very scary, as we all know. This was the first computer in Norway in 1950. It's called Norsk Universell Siffermaskin Elektronisk, NUSSE. And nowadays, our lives are more or less like this. It's very complex. And we know Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's most like this now. I'm in school and with a youngster, or in companies, everybody put up their computer or their phone, and I have to say, put them away. We need to be present. Yeah. And there was a scientist that said the strength of humanity is in diversity and the ability to communicate and collaborate. And I heard Lucille and Frederick and Jerome talked about difficulties with peace at the work. It might be difficult, I agree, but we should work for it anyhow. The nature understand how to collaborate. They do it on instincts. They have to survive. In the workplace, I could say peace begins with awareness, and awareness begins with the courage to look within. That may sound poetic, but in my experience, it's also deeply practical. I work with people in organizations, schools, private groups, and even prisons, places where pressure, fear, and misunderstanding can easily take over. And I've come to believe peace is not just the absence of conflict. It's the presence of understanding, of awareness, generosity, respect, and truth. I've been in many different forums, and it always differs because people differs. But when all come to all, it's about people, and it's a result through people, and it starts with the leaders. So I use this model and tell about how important it is to build a healthy culture with healthy leaders that are self-aware, that know how they can affect people, and to build culture of psychological safety, as Lucille talked about. But it's process and it takes time, but it's so important. And this is from a team gathering, which we try to do it. I teach the Enneagram everywhere I go, a little or a lot, but I want people to understand how we affect each other and how we can collaborate and toward common goals, even when it storms. And I would like to read a little thing. We build our personalities like shelters in a storm, not knowing that the walls we raise to guard our hearts can also keep us from rest, that we are not overstriving, nor fair, but something deeper, softer, more whole. Each type, a story of longing for love, for safety, for worth, for belonging, a map drawn by the heart in search of peace. At home and at work, we all search for it. But the Enneagram tells us how can we share our thoughts, our perspectives, how can we understand each other. And I would read some of the benefits because, sorry, yes, I can take this. In the workplace, it has a lot of benefits, and I hope you see this, because the Enneagram is a practical and powerful tool for development and even for transformation, to be a healthy version of person by person. And it's about conscious leadership, and it starts with self-awareness and social awareness to bring more empathy and cultural awareness. And psychological safety, as they talked about, it's a process, but it starts with us. And to build strong team dynamics and better conflict resolution, to be less reactivity, more collaboration. And I work around the triggers and defense mechanisms, and that's really nice to talk about because people recognize it in themselves and others, and that's the way through to be more open and transparent and human. So I say this is pathways to presence and productivity and peace, because when the leaders ask for results, I say, okay, they need knowledge, skills, and attitudes, but if they're not motivated, what is the result then for one person or for a team? It's a formula. So the CFOs say, I got it. It means something for the results. Excuse me, now I got it. Yeah, okay, excuse me. Okay, many of you know the Tuckman model and the phases in teams, in forming, storming, norming, performing. And in every type, there is a particular behavior that's coming up often. Or it's a language, it's a language to discuss it anyway. But when I use the Enneagram in organization, I very strict to the ethics, because I say we have to use it with care. It's so powerful. So I always ask them to read about the ethics and respect each person's journey, and don't force it on anybody. I never force it. If people say, I don't want this, okay, this is a gift. But of course, it's up to you. And I commit that with the leaders. I say, I don't force. I try to give pearls. And when you build psychological safety, they are more open to it. And we focus on growth, not judgment. And we want to see the whole person, not just the type, of course. The type is our patterns. We are unique. And we meet each other with curiosity and kindness and honesty. That's my rule. We have to do it. And be open and be aware and be present. That's, yeah. Use the insight to develop yourself, your relationships, your team, and your organization. And I can see Albert Campulus, you are here, and I love your book. I bought it in Copenhagen, and you have the ego-wise leadership and the 9 creating forces of the innovation circle. I really like it. So thank you. And I think it may affect society, not only the person or the team. Oh, excuse me. Okay. But I also been into prison, and that's for me very, I would say, sacred journey. And I had Susan Olesek was here and visited us, and we were around in many prisons here in Norway because we have a different prison system. But together with Stig Morten Seierstad, the guy here in the corner, we have done several programs. I call the program Helt i eget liv, and it's nearly like to be a hero in your own life, or to be whole, or to be present. It's many names in the Helt i eget liv. And I like what Mandela said, do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. And I teach the Enneagram there, and they first they are very closed and not so receptive, that's word. But when I speak little by little, I do in fact the same as I do in firms or in other groups. It's the same. It's people. And I show photos, and sometimes I ask, is it a problem that I show photos from the pre? And they say, oh no, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Until now. And I play music, and I do a lot of things to talk to their head, their heart, and their body. Okay, but this program is about to find your inner resources and to be able to regulate and collaborate and reconciliation, and to bring healing and hope. And I want the employees to be there as well, because it's the same. We have our struggles, and we have our longings, and we have our capacities. Yeah, I have to go further because of the time. I could tell a lot of stories, but not now. I'm sorry. But we know that the basic needs is to be seen, heard, and valued for all of us, for who we are. And there are some paths to peace, a lot of paths to peace. We have heard a lot today. But in every type, there is a path to peace. And that path opens first within ourselves, through self-awareness, through honesty, through compassion. And when it opens in us, it begins to open around us, and in our team, in our families, in our communities. This is the kind of peace we need today. Not the quiet avoidance, but the clarity of presence. Not necessary perfection, but connection. And we know this is stereotypes. I sat with an artist in a cafe, and I tried to tell him some patterns, and he sat there drawing all this. But we are not a stereotype, of course. We are persons. But a path to peace for the reformer could be accepting imperfection in myself and others. And for the helper, my compassion foster peace, and I honor my own needs too. And for the achiever, a path could be to value who I am beyond my accomplishment. I'm not a human doing, I'm a human being. And for the individualist, embracing authenticity and appreciating our shared humanity, not only my experience, but the shared stuff. And for the observer, I'll have to move around something happened. Okay, it's shut. To be present, not distance. Mindset supports peaceful, informed dialogue. And for the 6, peace by trusting myself and cultivating trust in all others, as Frederick told so beautiful about. And the enthusiast to be grounded in joy and gratitude in the present, not only flying for happiness, but the joy in the moment and presence. And you have the 8, that can foster peace through collaboration and empowering others to bring the humanity, the human side, the heart. And the 9, I get so much boxes coming up, I'm sorry. Engagement, not withdrawal. Yeah. Sharing my perspective and encouraging unity. Often when I have 9s in the team, I really try to give them the room because they don't take it if I don't give it, mostly. And it's so beautiful what they can bring. For every type. When I worked with this for 20 or 30 years, I really like every type. Really. So beautiful what they all have to contribute with. And it's about to grow. And to grow, it's also a coaching model to the goal, reality, opportunity, and wrap it up in person and in teams. And for me, it's about all these layers, of course, and for you as well. It starts with one of us. And I will read a little thing there, and I think I'm soon. So begin with yourself. Be honest, be kind, be curious, and let the Enneagram be a mirror, not to judge, but to understand, not a cave, but a key. The more deeply we understand ourselves, the more gently we will meet others. And that, I believe, is where the peace begins. In every type, there is a path to peace. When we walk through our door, we can help others to find theirs. Okay, in every type, there is a path to peace and to love and to joy. That was that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Thank you.
I wonder of the time because we started a bit late, but so that's why I'm a bit over. But are
You
we
did it
good?
perfectly. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if there are any questions you can write on the chat. And for the Spanish speakers, okay, I said this in Spanish, okay. Para las personas que hablan español, tenemos traducción en el canal que indica interpretación. Podéis seleccionar este canal y escuchar las presentaciones en castellano. Thank you so much. Very interesting. And yes, there are different paths, 9 paths for peace. We have some comments from the chat. Thank you, Camila. How wonderful that in Norwegian there are 2 distinct words for the vision's perspectives: instinct and atskit. Asik.
Utsikt.
Yeah, excuse me. Insikt, utsikt. It's about insight brings perspectives or a broader view. That's what I love with the Enneagram. It brings such a beautiful view.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for bringing some of that beautiful light and energy from Norway. It's a pleasure for us to have you here with us. Thank you.
Yeah, it was some general stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
So now we're moving to IA Portugal now. Thank you, Camila. Thank you, Alfred.
Hello.
Hello, Ricardo.
Hello, everybody.
Buenas
Greetings from
tardes.
Portugal. Buenas tardes.
How are
Really,
you?
I'm really glad that we are doing this globally and for the first, not the first time probably, but we are together linked on this event that starts in Asia, goes to Europe and then to America to finish. So we are globalizing in a world that is not in peace because of the globalization. We are globalizing and it's amazing.
Yes, that's the idea, and it's yeah, I'm personally so excited because it's like having a very long trip without leaving your house from from your living room, from your office. You can have this world trip, visiting, having these tastes, different tastes from different countries and different energies. So, how are you in from Lisbon? Are you in Lisbon now?
I'm in Lisbon now. We are with around 34 degrees here, so it's really hot. I was surfing during the morning, so really great time on the sea, on the ocean, and now I'm ready for this. So surfing for me and the Enneagram is my inner peace. It's the way I find my path to inner peace, which Victor is going to talk about it better than I.
Yes, thank you, Victor. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Welcome.
I'm
And
going. I'm
right before you start, there's
yeah.
someone writing on the chat that seems like the translation channel is not working.
Okay.
So maybe let's check it.
It's working well. I'm
Hmm.
listening now in the Spanish channel. Is working well.
Is working well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So for those who cannot follow it in Spanish, you have to look for at the bottom of your screen. Maybe Mati, you can help me. These technical issues are not very easy for me. But at the bottom of the screen, I think there's a button that says Interpretación in Spanish, interpretation, maybe in English or other languages. If you press it, you should be following the audio in Spanish. We have our translators working on that channel. Okay,
Okay.
I'll check the chat again. Okay, Gilbert is confirming that the translation is working well. Okay, thank
All
you,
right.
thank you, thank you very much. So
So,
we're ready. Ricardo, I think you want
okay.
to tell us a little bit about what you're doing in your association in Portugal, IA Portugal. So
Yeah.
please go ahead.
So directly from here, from my house, as you can see, it's really well decorated. It's a house type 7, okay? And this is like a mixture between Neverland and Wonderland, Neverland and Wonderland. So, and some of you that are here, I'm going to meet with you, fortunately, in the United States for the International Enneagram Congress in July. Me and Monica from Portugal, which is my vice president, which is here also. We're going to be there. Monica is going to give a lecture, and I will be for the General Assembly in the Minneapolis. So I'm going to talk just a few minutes about the International Enneagram Association in Portugal, which is I am the president, and I have fortunately a great big team of more than 17 people around me. So I'm going to talk, on behalf of everyone. So it's a great joy and honor to be here today, representing the Portugal and our growing community of Enneagram professionals and enthusiasts. As I told, my name is Ricardo Laranjeira, and I'm the president of the Portuguese Enneagram Association. We are a young and passionate team committed because we are new in this, we are a new team, okay, and to bring the Enneagram to life in a way which is inclusive, ethical, and impactful, okay? 2024 has been a transitional year for us, okay? A time for a deep listening, reflection, foundation, building. So we were focused on strengthening our internal structures here with the goal of becoming a reliable and a dynamic platform for the Enneagram in Portugal. We already received International Enneagram Conference in the world here in Portugal for 3 times. We wanted to do it again. I don't know if it's going to be in 2026 or 2028 or whatever it is, but we want to receive people in Portugal because we know that you love Portugal. You love to be here in this kind of weather, near the ocean, and all the good things that this country has. So it's a great place for inner peace. Here are some of the main steps we have taken so far. We are currently developing our code of ethics inspired by the International Enneagram Association, the global, but tailored to our national context. So this is important for us. We've created a scientific council inside our association with members from different schools and different perspectives. So it's integrative, okay? We are also working with a professional directory, creating it and the clear parameters for the validation of the Enneagram professionals and accredited courses. So we want to be a source of reliable information about the Enneagram in Portugal. We've launched a communication strategy to bring quality content and events to public, and including monthly talks and short online gatherings. And this year we are preparing our first National Enneagram Congress to be held in Portugal before the end of 2025. So we already organized a lot, 3 of them, International Enneagram Congress. We never organized a National Enneagram Congress. Can you believe it? So we're starting on the opposite way. So in all these, our mission is very clear: is to unite the different Enneagram voices in Portugal, different schools, different approaches, to honor the diversity of the Enneagram, okay, of the approaches, and to promote the Enneagram as a path of growth, self-awareness, and peace, both inner and collective. We believe that peace starts from within. Victor is going to talk about that. And that the Enneagram can help individuals and communities to better understand themselves, their fears, their motivations, and ultimately to connect more compassionately with others, okay? So I want to thank you to the International Enneagram Association for this global space of connection and celebration. And thank you to all of you for your presence and dedication on this beautiful, beautiful work. And it's not, we are just beginning, okay? Portugal is with you, and we are building something beautiful here. So we usually say, together we grow, together we evolve, okay? So we're going to have Victor. Victor is already here. Victor is doing a really amazing work with the Enneagram in Portugal, including in theaters, which is really amazing, really, with sold out audiences, and is going to make the second season of these theater exhibitions with the Enneagram types. So we are doing a really great job. So Victor Costa is the founder and mentor of ARCA Evolution Project. It's a performance and self-awareness. He's an entrepreneur, author, performer, and coach. Since 2012, he introduced the Enneagram into his training and coaching initiatives, either at a personal development level or at corporation initiatives. In recent years, he has promoted Enneagram through various media and artistic expression, including podcasts, theater productions, as I said, and literary works. With his method, he connects on one side the practical and the psychological dimensions of the Enneagram, with on the other side the metaphysical, spiritual essence and dimension. Okay. He is also the founder and mentor of A Course in Miracles School, Portugal, spreading the teachings and the practice of non-dualistic metaphysics inspired by the book A Course in Miracles. he recently, 10 days ago, he published the book, The Choice of Uno, which is a journey through the ancient wisdom of the Enneagram, which follows a narrative centered on the hero's journey, okay, of Uno, symbolizing the adventure, symbolizing the adventures of every human being. So this journey of his book explores the separation from essence, the fall of consciousness through its various stages leading to the world of imperfection, forgetfulness, reaching the peak of awakening the memory of unity and the way back home. So it's a journey back home, a journey to our inner peace. So with you, Vitor Costa is going to talk and have this lecture about the 9 paths to inner peace. Okay, I'm going to share his slides. Victor, you can start.
Okay. Okay. I'm overwhelmed by that guy that did so many things. Maybe it's just a crazy 7, but I'm not a native English speaker, so I'll try to do my best. And I try to speak from my heart, I think. Well, so let's beginning. Greetings to all.
You are already seeing the slides?
Yeah. Okay. Greetings to all. My name is Vitor Costa. I am in Lisbon, Portugal, but through this transmission, I reach all corners of the world and beyond, as Buzz Lightyear would say. I am an instructor and facilitator of the Enneagram in Portugal and a board member of the Portuguese Enneagram Association. I take this opportunity to resonate in peace with all beings on this planet and with any being that is open to peace in all worlds and universes. Okay, today we celebrate the World Enneagram Day. Let's enjoy it. Can we say that the Enneagram is a map to peace, or a road to peace, or a guide to peace? Certainly. First of all, because it identifies each person's war against themselves, the internal war of a being forgotten of its essence in the dream of separation from unity, from the law of one. Peace is an aspiration for all, but very few truly desire it. Peace is yet another of the impossible dreams for those who are at war with themselves. In the world of senses, of physicality, peace is relative. It depends on our own experience of the world, subject to the variables represented by the centers of intelligence, the body that needs to be operational, fed, more or less clothed, sheltered, with a minimum degree of immunity to bacteria and viruses, the heart that beats to the rhythm of our relationships, and which, even at the peak of the dehydration of the anotype 5, will never feel happy alone because fundamental is indeed love. And the mind, that complex command and strategy center, divided and polarized between a kind of right mind when aligned with a higher consciousness and a wrong mind when subjected to instincts, defense mechanisms, passions, and fixations of personality. In this mode of survival, in the state that Gurdjieff designated as man-machine, fear reigns, the emotion opposite to the essence of love or unity. Fear is a system that will never know peace, because anything will always be the expression of its source. That is the great and only obstacle to peace. It is objectively impossible to achieve peace while we do not heal the root of fear. We can even temporarily live through times of pause. Still, what is within is the same as what is outside and vice versa. The world is a projection of our mental state. Change your mind and the world changes. The Enneagram is a wisdom that helps with blessed precision to identify the root and roots of fear. First of all, the first and original one, the separation from unity and essence through the understanding of the law of three. Anything that comes from unity to have existence separate from unity needs two opposing forces in tension. This tension results in what we designate as creation. In some traditions of non-dual metaphysics, such as the Advaita Vedanta tradition, or, for example, in A Course in Miracles, a book that has served millions of people in different parts of the world as a guide to inner peace, everything that appears to be separated from essence has no real existence. It is a part of a universe dreamed by the mind that believes in be special. The illusion of Maya is the Vedic tradition of, or the ego's dream in A Course in Miracles. In this system of the nine personality types revealed through the Enneagram, we find nine basic fears of the human being, nine obstacles to peace. In Enneatype 1, the fear of error that results from the feeling of imperfection, from the unconscious guilt of one who made a choice contrary to the Creator, the choice for the specialization of the ego, the invention of a new creator out of jealousy or the desire to be different, the anger, envy, or shame that derives from the compulsion and obsession of perfectionism, which, instead of bringing me closer to perfection, pushes me to further away from that idealized state. The self-judgment of the inner critic translates into anger and resentment. How can I give peace to the world in this state of war with myself? In Enneatype 2, the fear of rejection that results from a heart that has rejected its self-love, that has lost freedom and will when, by forgetting who it is in essence, it starts to depend on the crumbs of love that depend on others' will. The proud heart that turns into a dependency or another on another, but has lost freedom in a game of scarcity of its own love, which by definition is totally abundant and infinite. The despair
Victor,
and yes.
Do you want me to show other slides? Do you have to tell me what slides to show? I don't know.
Okay, just wait a bit. Just wait a bit, Ricardo.
Okay.
I will tell you.
You'll tell me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have time. We still have time. Okay.
Marga, are about time? More or less.
More or less.
10 minutes around.
Okay.
No, you are muted. You are muted, Marga.
Sorry. In my time is 7 to 6, maybe 7 to 5 in your time. So you should have like 7 more minutes.
Okay, I'll try. I'll do my best.
Okay, we'll buy it for 10, okay? Okay.
Okay, the despair and anger of this heart that rejects a love that is already its own by nature and by the gift of its essence transforms into pride and false empathy of the personality. Okay, but let's move and find the really paths to peace. So okay, serenity in Enneatype 1, a path where anger and resentment are replaced by acceptance of the present moment, by the perfection of each moment, because in each moment we are invited to choose between fear and essence. Perfectionism as an egomania leads us to a dead-end labyrinth, because the exit of the ego is always to find its own imperfection from its original matrix. Nothing that is already perfect can be changed. It is eternal. The virtue of serenity manifests when I give up being the bearer of reason and in the acceptance of my being that it's already perfect in essence. I accept perfection in all experiences that allow me to choose the path of love. A serene heart can be achieved through the practice of forgiveness, and physical and mental relaxation practices. In this state of consciousness of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. Humility in Enneatype 2, a path where pride and flattery are replaced by self love, by finding in myself freedom and my true will, the humility to recognize and remember that everything has already been given to me in essence. It is in me, in which accepting and receiving are the same thing. What I give is given to myself. There is no other because the other is me. Only in form and illusion can we be apparently separate. The humble heart can be achieved through a deep inner discovery, where the essence of will is found, returning freedom to the being. In this state of consciousness, of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. Truth in Enneatype 3, a path where self deception and vanity are replaced by a true heart. In a reunion with his authentic being, the veracity of one who recognizes in the other the divine there is within oneself. A true heart that begins to see itself and the other as it is and not according to the interest that it may have for itself. An altruistic heart that recovers the essence of hope. In this state of consciousness, of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. Equanimity in Enneatype 4, a path where envy, melancholy, and all the emotions surrounding my soul are replaced by the non polarized awareness of its existence. My heart abandons the addiction to the roller coaster of emotions, and I choose the path of simplicity. My stable heart seeks stability in all other hearts. I give up the masochistic pleasure of abandonment. I exchange the elitism of difference for the calm decision to be equal. An equanimous heart on the way to the origin. In this state of consciousness of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. Detachment in Enneatype 5, a path where isolation, greed, and meanness surrounding the mind, heart, and body are replaced by the awareness of wisdom or detachment, in which I free myself from intellectual arrogance and open the doors of my heart to feel again all emotions without restrictions, accepting my human dimension, and that will lead me to the truth essence of knowledge in the unity of spirit. In this state of consciousness of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. Courage in Enneatype 6, a path where compassion frees me from the projection that comes from fear and doubt that arises from distrust. Courage opens my heart in trust, despite visible or invisible dangers. The restored trust in myself restores trust in others. The essence of faith manifests in me and through me. I accept my mission as my home guide and of humanity for peace. In this state of consciousness of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. And sobriety in Enneatype 7, a path where gratitude for life frees me from the compulsion of gluttony and planning. in which I stop manipulating others and situations for my pleasure and hedonism. I accept life as it is. I do not flee from problems and I do not devalue my pains. I meet them to finally find freedom and unfreeze my heart, disconnecting rationally to allow myself to be a channel for intuition. I accept that essence or God, the source or the creator, has a plan for me, and that is the same for everyone. I gain spiritual maturity and in gratitude serve that plan. In this state of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. And innocence in the Enya type 8, a path where innocence frees me from the lust and revenge of the warrior who uses war to obtain peace. I open my heart to find my fears and the vulnerability denied with myself. I open the Pandora's boxes of my unconsciousness. I feel the fears in my body to free myself from all them in the space of my heart. I become available for love through the essence of innocence. My burning heart finds itself in the waters of emotion that startled me and activated this instinctive defense mechanism that makes me fight tirelessly by relinquishing control and the tyranny of my truths. I accept to meet halfway with the truth of the other and walk towards the essence of truth where everyone wins. In this state of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. And finally, right action of any type 9, a path where the sleeping heart wakes up and embarks on the journey freeing itself from narcotization, dissociation, laziness, and alienation. It gains wings to leave the mother's lap and submit to the powers that limit it. A heart that feels and communicates, that steps out of the dark and accepts the light, that stops shrugging its shoulders and washing its hands like Pilate, a heart in right action that leads humanity to the peace that comes from the love of unity, from where we all came, and to where we will all inevitably return. In this state of inner peace, I can give peace to the world. So, peace can be a mirage or a reality, but there cannot be peace while maintaining a thought system of conflict, a true inner war that inevitably manifests in the projection we call the world. So, if you want to, if you want to see peace in the world, so give that peace to the world. That's the message. Well, thank you for your patience
Thank
and
you,
for
Victor.
my lousy English.
You are
Thank you
amazing.
for your efforts and for being here and bringing these marvelous paths for peace for each of the types. In the case of type 8, I can tell myself that I can feel quite identified. And yes, that's the connection with the virtues is is the big thing. Is the big thing and the big work for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for representing our country, Portugal, and thank you for bring this talk about the sacred part of the Enneagram that teaches us
Yeah.
so much, and is a big path so we can find the inner peace. It's to the sacred way, so the sacred path, and the Enneagram can provide us with that. So, Margaret, thank you for your understanding. We have to move forward.
Great.
I hope I will see you in person in the United States in the Congress.
Yes. Even
Mm,
maybe earlier because I might be visiting Lisbon
okay. Give
in
me
a
a
short
talk.
time.
I'm near
And
here. I can meet with you.
yes, and I can tell everybody I've attended to Portugal's Enneagram conference 3 times and they were amazing. So I always would advise you to go to Portugal and enjoy their climate, and their Enneagram conferences are the best. So thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much for
Marga.
being
Thank you, Marga.
here with
And thank you
us.
for your help with our young team that we are just arriving, and you are giving some help to us. You and Pedro Espadas, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So happy to have you here, Ricardo. Thank you. Thank you, Vitor.
Thank you, Marga. Next time we talk in Spanish.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Espero que hablamos
Okay, thank you,
español muy,
Marga.
hablemos español muy bien.
Hablamos español.
Despacio.
Obrigado.
Ciao.
Gracias. So now, thank you. There were some comments on the chat. Okay. The Uno choice at Victor's book. Okay. So now we're moving on, and now this time we're going to with our friends from IA Netherlands. I'm looking for Mr. Campuis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon or evening.
Or maybe good evening already.
Yes. Time
How are
flies.
you, Albert?
I'm fine. I'm just sitting here relaxed and enjoying what has happened so far. Very nice.
Very nice.
It's great to have all the affiliations together in this format. Really enjoyed it. No. So
Great.
we are sort of restarting the IA Netherlands. We had some conferences in 2018 and last year, and now we are expanding sort of in the Netherlands to start some more activities to have people work with the Enneagram and support the professionals. We don't have many. We had a few 10, 15 years ago when I helped starting the platform for Enneagram professionals, but all the schools sort of stopped. So we have to do a restart. And we did last week, Saturday, and there are some nice activities going up. So I'm doing this together with Dennis and Ismay, as the board, and we'll hope to bring some more news in, well, let's say 6 months or so. Well, birthing is 9 months, isn't it? So we'll see what happens.
Great, amazing for all the work you're doing for the Enneagram community in your country. That's amazing. Thank you. And thank you for being here today and sharing with us and bringing some taste and some Enneagram wisdom from your country. What are you telling us? Are you presenting some ideas?
Yes, I have some slides.
Okay.
And shall I start?
Yeah, sure. You can start whenever you're ready.
All right. I have to open the right screen. That's always interesting.
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure this is the one. Volledig scherm. Okay.
And in the meanwhile, I can tell everyone that we had a beautiful conference in Amsterdam last year. I had the pleasure of assisting. Yes. Actually, you were using these beautiful butterflies in your conference flyers, and yes, amazing. So I see these butterflies stayed with you with the spirit of the association.
Yep. It's a sort of symbol that can be used in many ways. There is an old story when somewhere a butterfly does something, the weather on the other side of the planet will change. So if there's somewhere an Enneagram professional supporting someone so that he or she is looking differently at life, something will happen at the other side of the earth. Yeah, so there is some suggestion here that will have a lot of potential influence on what's happening around us. And together in that, it's like, sometimes I have the idea that we tend to forget that the Enneagram is not only about me or the types and so forth. It's also a very necessary step. But it's also who are you with? How are you living, working, and inspiring others? And together, all of us, what are we basically doing to the planet, to ourselves? It's all people. There's nothing else than people who do this. Building or obstacles or destroying or whatever. Yeah, it's a sort of human decision-making thing that ends up with, are we in peace? Are we together working on peace? And is there peace among all cultures, different religions, and what have we on the planet? But it is always going back to people. That makes it so interesting, because today there's, even later on in the afternoon, already a lot of information about the me part. And I'm sort of thinking, yeah, but who is the me, and where is the me? Right? There's a lot of courageous humanity don't know the Enneagram. There has been, the development of ourselves into a true self, and all the words that we use. It has been around for thousands of years. You can find it in so many places. It'll take a while before, you get it all, but some of us have already done the work, like Gurdjieff or Uspensky, or I think it's Aigatso, but I'm not quite sure how to spell it. And Aigatso, for instance, says it's, I'll have a look at it. Let me see. I'm running too fast. What's happening in basically, if you talk or watch TV, or you watch Middle East news or the American news, or in the Netherlands, the local news, it looks like it's a different world. There's totally different perceptions of reality, what's happening, and what's the cause, and what are the results. Take, for instance, the climate. Yeah, so what is the influence of essence in this whole thing? Well, because it's about people, there's only one way we can change it. And it is when people are willing to sort of grow into their awareness and their, what we call consciousness, or knowing what they're doing, or getting out there of the trap of their ego defenses and so forth. There's a lot of work we're doing there with the Enneagram. So many books about it, so many webinars, all over the place. Yeah, so opportunity is there enough, and the more we can grow with people to try to support us with these insights, and when we combine it with all the old wisdom and so forth, well, maybe the civilization isn't split out in all those worlds and worldviews, but maybe also a little bit more working together. I heard today a couple of things about wars in the Enneagram world and different directions in schools, and that there are peace talks and so forth. I think unbelievable it's necessary, but wonderful it's happening. So it's quite a job to get globally people awake. I think that's something to consider. That's simple, because becoming awake of your type is one thing, but if you take, for instance, the ideas of Gurdjieff, you have to develop your heart and your belly and your mind at the same time. And that means that if you have a basic type, you have to sort of connect and integrate the other types from the other centers that are supposed to be in there, in you somewhere. I don't see many people doing that. We are sort of specializing from a certain center, and you can see that certain approaches are coming from a certain center, but the integration or doing it at the same time, to me, it doesn't seem very far developed. It means also, there's a lot of storytelling. I made a game the last 20 years, a new book. Let me see if I can guess, if I look at the content of the book, what the type is of the writer. That's very nice, you can dig it out of what's happening in the book. So that's fine. Now I'm a type 5, I'm biased. Look at behind. You don't think that's the only wall full of books? Then you're quite mistaken. So I have my thing too, right? So what's the story of our civilization? Where are we here? What are we doing? What's your story as an Enneagram professional? Becoming rich or having an income, of being important to other people, or what have you? But what's your story? How far would you dare to go to spend your life in getting into this healing our society, healing mankind as far as you can do? And starting, of course, with getting awake yourself. Oh, that's one too much. Let me see. Interesting picture, isn't it? But first this one. So peacemaking is a decision-making process. With your partner, with your group, you get an awareness, something has to happen, and you say, where am I? What's my positioning here? What are my wishes? Do I trust it? Where we're going? Do I choose something? Something that I understand the format of and that I believe in, so that I can stand behind it and start something, to get something in movement, get a plan and some action details, and sustain my efforts to get there. So that's what's happening in life. Also, the people that go on are all of us world kind of peacemaking, right? I've witnessed a lot of these rooms filled with elephants. Really, the last 25, 30 years. And I tell you, it's rather a miracle if people are talking to each other or are understanding each other and are not sort of catched up in fear or shame or anger, right? So the basics of their, as you can imagine, the basics of their ego defense system. And they decide on our peace globally, company, climate, and so forth. So there's a lot of work to do, right? We know these ones, right? Getting into your defense system, you know, a couple of them are on TV almost every day, right? And there is a lot of research on, if you get there, it's unsafe. There's a lot of research in companies and organizations and cultures and nations and taking over the state and what have you, in Africa, Latin America, criminals and so forth, right? And it's historical, is it? If the gap between the rich and the poor is too big, civilizations disappear. It can take a while, but that's what they do. So it's rather important that we'll get them out of their harness, right? Okay, that's a very optimistic view, but why not? The way we'll go about it, I'm writing together with Monica Adelfang from South Africa, writing a book on courageous humanity. We think that it's quite something for humanity to wake up. It has been tried for thousands of years. There's so many stories. Most you have the popular ones, Socrates, you name it. Krishnamurti, maybe, Confucius, you name it. There are, so many of them have tried it. Yes. But basically, it starts in that we are triggered in our response. It has been said before today, it will be said tonight, and most of us know about it. How easily are we triggered? Even if we don't know that we are triggered, but our habits are taken over and doing our type thing, right? So that sleepwalking, even under the Enneagram teachers is noticeable. And I have to be very careful that I'm not sleeping myself by just living in my head. It's a very nice place. I can recommend it, So a little exercise, like this to get going, to create some sort of awareness and build it up. After working for 30 years with the Enneagram and other psychological systems, you can hear it also, even Ross says it, wonderful meeting, wonderful and so forth, and I see them 3 months later, nothing has changed. Krishnamurti was also very disappointed that didn't happen. But the issue is that if you grow up and you get into your ego defenses, your biological system adapts, right? Your amygdala system's taking care of you for your behavior by using neurotransmitters in your system and so forth. That's on the routine, that's what's happening all the time. It's nice to read it and say, oh, that's about me. Oh, that's painful, and then go past it or something, because it's deeply in what I call unconditional love that takes care of you. That is your essence that has negotiated for survival, right? And used the qualities you have as your type as the way of giving form to your life, That's why we're so recognizable in our differences. So it isn't an easy thing, but it's probably in our complex world, especially if you look at the climate, it's the end of the room. It's the end of the environment. We have to wake up. There is no other way. All right. So we're trying to make a field guide, Courageous Humanity, with the idea of in daily life, like Gurdjieff put out there, it has to be in your daily life. What is it you do every day? Are you there? Are you showing up? Are you awake day after day? Is that true? How difficult is it? So how difficult will it be if others that are not interested and not that well educated didn't have the opportunity to get in touch with the Enneagram? How difficult will it be that they take decisions that will lead to peace? For you, for us, for all of us? Well, and you can say, that there's a lot to say about something I call ego wisdom. It's not an English word that exists, but I'm working with that and where it stands for more than almost 20 years now. It's the first reachable way of operating in life. We call it ego wisdom. If you want to go to your true self, it's direct. Your ego system is not allowing you to go that jump. You have to make little steps so that your also your amygdala system can sort of. Is there something? I hear voices? No. And so that your amygdala system can adapt slowly. You have to also need other brain patterns and so forth. There's a lot of known about that. So how do you build it up? So what's the intermediate phase, the next level of awareness? So get into ego wisdom, because that's something you can check. That's something you can train. It's something you can be aware of. And it frees you. It makes you a more free person. It's not the path all of the ones that you are, enlightened, but it's far away from getting into your bad behaviors. Yeah. So how do we train that to others, and how do we bring this in? Is what I'm doing research and tryouts and experiments and for more than 20 years. And there's a lot of wisdom about wisdom. There are also many names. Confucius is one, and so forth. Eckhart Tolle, and what have you. Krishnamurti, Carl Jung, all sorts of people. Let's do something in between, just to get a little awake again. I have a little exercise for everyone. You don't have to get feedback. It's just for you. You can sit and relax and do nothing, but you can also do the exercise. It's an interesting one. I call it ego or essence ego negotiation. Yeah, that's something that has happened when you grow up, right? Your essence, and you couldn't be there. They didn't see you, before you had any conscious. You have to be 6 years old and so forth. And they were already, saying that you had to have a conscious because you do something wrong and so forth. So the horror stories of how we let children grow up is very well known and researched and so forth, and also what you can do about it. So there is something happening, and I call it unconditional love that takes care of you. Yeah, that's, since Freud, that's ego is a little bit, but it's unconditional love. It takes care of you. It makes you happy, and so that you survive as a child, right? Essence supports you there, right? So that means there is something somewhere, a connection inside with every one of us. And how does that come forward? You have your bad days, you have your good days, right? all of a sudden you've done something and it's really nice and works and it's flow and energy and everybody likes you and stuff and you've been seen and you name it. You have these moments. It's possible you deny them, but you have them. And of course, you have these moments that you get grumpy. You know, I've been grumpy in my life, and so, or negative, or aggressive, or denial, love, or you know all the stuff. How much is there? So write down for yourself a situation where you were in your behavior on the low side of functioning, like Rizone Hudson described, on your low side of functioning. What did you do? What did you feel? What did you say? What was your behavior? You can do it by reimagining it, but if you write it, it works better. Right? Take 30 seconds because any situation. I been bup and I did bup. You know. So that's one, right? So look at it or allow it, take it in and be aware of it. That's you. You did it, right? You didn't like it afterwards most of the time, but you did it. So that's a capability. Yeah, you have that capability. Now, let it be for a moment and go to a situation where everything was nice, people liked you, and the way you behaved and what you did, and they listened and they worked and they enjoyed it and so forth. What did you feel? What did you say? Right? What was your intention? What was your attitude? What was your behavior like? Yeah, write it down. A few sentences. Yeah. And allow it. Yeah, allow it, that particular situation. You've done it. You've created it. You were present. You were there. You made it work. Right? Now, the last little thing, the third element in this short version. Right? Now, imagine that what you did when everything went well, if you had that attitude, that response, that behavior, that language, that communication, in the situation you described or got in touch with that you were not nice or it was difficult and so on and so forth. Imagine that behavior that you are capable of would have used in that situation. Any idea that the situation would have ended differently? My guess is probably. So we are so able to live in peace. We have the ability, everyone. The question is, how do you allow it? How do you accept it? How do you get in touch with the ego essence negotiation, etc.? What are your behaviors, and so that you can pinpoint yourself and get yourself in the moment that you're doing it, and then decide not to do it, because you don't have to. You can do something else, right? Okay, so that's a little bit about ego negotiations, that there is this essence already in, and it's on the surface, right? So how do you make that relevant for people? How do you train them? How do you go to that kind of situation? Everybody will have probably some skills in it, I guess. There's a lot of written stuff about it. But let's make ourselves hopeful, especially the people we work with. That would be very nice. It's too fast. All right. So, Mr. I think it's I hate so, but I don't know the pronunciation. He said that, how do we become a united humanity? What a great optimist. right? What a great visionary, you know. How do we become one humanity, you know? In diversity, why not? But, you know, that we see that we are humankind, that we are the same, all of us, right? And he says that's the only real goal the Enneagram teachings can have, and the only question that needs to be addressed is a matter of human survival, dignity, and happiness. Wow. Basically, he's one of the starters, right? There has been a lot of stuff around it and so forth. Oh, so many interesting history stories, of course, right? But he did. And the funny story is that in 1943, he got a book and he took some inspiration out of it. So I looked it up, Gardelian seal or something. You can find it on the internet, and I have no clue what he saw in it, you know. So maybe there's something else than the story is about. But he started it to sort of get to the idea, get it in form, and many followed. Yeah, how wonderful. And now also you can see that we are almost in the third generation of people working with the Enneagram. Young people, right? 30, 40 years younger than me, right? And I'm slowly getting one of the oldies, right? And some of the oldies are not that clear anymore and are gone, you know. So moving on is really interesting how that happens. Okay, so to become ego-wise, we need a lot of courage to look at ourselves, right? Because that peace, that means, you know, operating from ego wisdom is in us. We have to allow it, as we all know. So then I will end up with the whole thing is about getting back to basic trust so that we work together. Peace is working together in all parties operate from basic trust, being more awake as a person, right? Because what happens is, let's assume that we were born with basic trust as a baby. Yeah, something can go wrong, but that's basically what happens. And in one way or another, it disappears, right? And there is no much really present. So it's depending more and more emotionally on what's happening around them, object relations, you name it. But there is a survival mechanism, that's unconditional love, that's the essence, ego negotiation. So all these lovely habits and ego stuff and so many ways so wonderful described for all the types. It's really fantastic. Yeah, what a wonderful work has been done. You know, the thing is to have adaptation to the changing world for me and you and all of us. You need a lot of talent, a lot of free talent, safety to come up with ideas and speaking out and create and so forth. But it's not that much. So it's not about ego, basically, that we sometimes, I guess, that people think ego is something you have to get rid of. No. Basic trust has to lift up, right? And lifting up basic trust means that the ego defense is less necessary. Yeah, it's a sort of natural renegotiation with your essence, right? It happens. If basic trust comes back, you know, a lot of stuff just disappears. I'm not saying it's easy, right? And there's a lot more creativity in talent deployment and so forth when there's basic trust. It's described in so many ways. so many courses. So, of course, we are all on our, expressing that we want to go to the no ego state of being and develop less trigger sensitivity. And the more you do, the more you become aware of your ego defenses, right? And then you need basic trust to lift up, and we get an increasing peace capacity, right? That's a very quickie, but more people see it and present it in a different way. So let's figure out how we get there. How we get back to basic trust. How do we do it? Well, it's familiar. Who am I? Personal mastery, essence development. So the story is the same, but from a little different angle. And there are already many publishers and Enneagram teachers in that direction that I can see for the last 50 years or so. There's more and more, wisdom and insight, and also from the ancient ways of helping and supporting people. Oh. Well, anyway, there you go. For me, as an old goat, I'm pretty proud on my presentation, I can tell you. All these nice pictures. I'm used to have slides with text all over the place. For the last 15, 20 years, most of the time I did it. So I hope you enjoyed it. And okay, becoming is the issue. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. We did enjoy it. It's a beautiful presentation indeed, and very powerful ideas that we shouldn't forget about when we are more in touch with our essence. And I picked up a very powerful idea for me is the negotiation, and to be aware of who is in command at every moment and to negotiate because there are two different forces. So thank you so much. We have so many comments. Thanking you on the chat. Maybe you can take now a few minutes to read them, and we have to move forward. We have to go on and with the next country.
Sure.
So thank you again. And this time is the time for IA Spain. So I'll be having a wonderful conversation with my colleague and my master, Luis Serra, who will be around here. And now I'm switching with our translation team permission. We're going to switch into Spanish. Please, the English speakers who are with us today, you can follow the presentation in English. Going to the interpretation channel, now the translators are going to speak into and translate into English, okay? Así que Luis, okay, maybe the translators can give me a sign. Are you ready? Can I switch the language?
Sí, muy bien.
A
¿Se
ver
me oye bien?
Se te oye fenomenal.
Well,
Voy a ver
fantástico.
si, ok, estoy esperando a que Mati, ¿han dado el ok los traductores? ¿Podemos hablar en español?
Sí, todo perfecto.
Muchas gracias, comandante. Es el comandante de la nave. Vamos en avión. Hemos recorrido esta mañana Asia. Hemos recorrido parte de África. Hicimos una conexión también
Joder.
con compañeros de Sudáfrica. Estamos recorriendo Europa y nos toca aterrizar un poquito en España, Luis. Me gustaría que antes de que comencemos nuestra conversación, ¿me oyes bien? Luis, ¿me oyes bien?
Ahora, dime.
Ok, me gustaría que antes que
No, espera.
comencemos nuestra conversación sobre el enneagrama para la
Vale,
paz,
¿vale? ¿Sí?
le contáramos un poco a la gente que nos está
No.
escuchando.
Vale, espera
Ok,
un momento.
Tal
¿Sí?
vez,
¿Ahora?
a ver ahora, ¿me oyes bien?
Sí, ahora.
Ok, me gustaría que me acompañaras a contarle un poquito a la gente que nos acompaña hoy y que bueno, que quizá haya gente de nuestro país, de España, que esté siguiendo este evento. Me gustaría que les habláramos un poco de lo que hacemos desde la Asociación Española de Enneagrama, desde Enneagrama, ¿no? Eh, bueno, para que simplemente una invitación a quien quiera unirse, conocernos. Tenemos una comunidad en la que organizamos un montón de eventos, intentamos compartir juntos y hacer esta energía de juntarnos y de compartir en torno al enneagrama en nuestro país. Si quieres decir alguna cosa sobre la asociación, Luis, ¿qué les contamos?
De la asociación pienso que tú, que estás muy directamente metida como presidente de la asociación, puedes contar muchas cosas, porque es una asociación que desde el comienzo hubo un gran entendimiento de crear una comunidad, de crear unas relaciones y de crear un sentimiento de búsqueda compartida. Y creo que esto es importante. Y en segundo lugar, no solamente una inquietud, sino que se articularon ofertas, posibilidades, reuniones, que esto también favorece mucho que entre todos haya un buen ambiente.
Así es, así es. Ese es un poco el espíritu de la asociación. Nosotros somos la filial de la Asociación Internacional de Enneagrama en España. Llevamos funcionando desde el año 2007. En la actual junta directiva llevamos funcionando 6 años ya, vamos para 7. Y bueno, será un placer recibir a todos los que quieran unirse a nosotros eh, en nuestra casa, ¿no? En la comunidad del Enneagrama, en la asociación. Os pondré después en el chat, escribiré la página web de la asociación donde nos podéis encontrar. Así que bueno, si te parece, Luis, vamos a hablar un poco de Enneagrama para la Paz. Voy a recordarme a mí misma y de paso a ti, pero sobre todo a mí misma, que tenemos un equipo de traductores detrás que tienen que ir traduciendo lo que digamos, por lo tanto hay que ir un un poquito más despacio. Entonces, bueno, tú y yo habíamos hablado, vamos a tener una conversación sobre Enneagrama para la Paz y habíamos hablado de comenzar. Bueno, primero agradeciéndote que estés hoy aquí conmigo, que hayas querido venir a compartir. Luis Serrano es uno de los, por supuesto, miembros, profesores más veteranos de nuestro país y un gran experto en eneagrama, doctor. Hizo su doctorado en eneagrama. Esto fue un hito en su momento, algo bastante inusual. Y bueno, hoy estamos para compartir algunas ideas en torno a cómo utilizar esto del eneagrama para la paz. Y para ello queríamos compartir con vosotros algunas reflexiones. Voy a compartir pantalla un momentito para ver unas slides.
Los textos que aparecen son de Uspensky, fragmentos de una enseñanza desconocida, que, según el mismo Gurdjieff, lo consideró que eran fieles a lo que él había enseñado en su grupo. Por tanto, cuenta con la anuencia de Gurdjieff como textos que podían ser originales suyos.
Vamos a ver si encuentro. Aquí está. ¿Se ve la presentación?
Sí, muy bien.
Ok. Pues esta
Bien, en esta diapositiva vemos dos o tres cosas interesantes. Esta diapositiva está producida la imagen por inteligencia artificial. Entonces vemos aquí el símbolo de la paz que está en el aire, pero que también se refleja en el agua como de un lago, y el agua ya sabemos que es otro de los 4 elementos fundamentales de la naturaleza, y el agua está unida a la parte emocional. Por tanto, también el pensamiento, el aire, se refleja en las emociones. Y al lado del lago hay todo un círculo enorme, que es lo mismo que estamos haciendo esta tarde aquí a través de Zoom. Estamos como unidos, contemplando también una serie de valores comunes. Entonces hay una comunidad, que es lo que estamos gozando esta tarde aquí. Este sería un símbolo interesante para hoy, ¿no? Es decir, estamos en el símbolo del enneagrama en torno a la paz, contemplada como idea y contemplada como emoción, pero todos nosotros estamos tocando tierra, que es lo que hay que hacer para aterrizar la paz. Pasamos a otra diapositiva, si quieres, Margarita, que sería un texto de Gurdjieff. No lo leo porque está en castellano y en inglés. Cada uno lo puede leer. Solamente de este texto habría que corregir la primera línea, que dice hay una guerra en este momento. Hay muchas guerras en este momento. Podemos pasar también a la siguiente diapositiva. Y aquí otro fragmento donde ya lo une también a que mientras el hombre no se conozca a sí mismo, la guerra será inevitable.
Así es.
Ya vemos la imagen también con el doble juego de guerra y paz. Recordarán el libro de Tolstoy, Guerra y Paz. Pues guerra y paz están unidas en la misma posibilidad humana. Pasamos a la siguiente. Y finalmente el último texto de Gurdjieff: el saber debe estar en armonía con el ser. No basta saber. Tiene con el ser, no con el ego. Bueno, con esto yo pienso que nos sirve un poco como marco, como reflexión. Bueno, esto ya pasamos, son 2 libros, uno es el Enneagrama de las Pasiones y otro es el Código de Despertar Interior. Ya podemos entonces, si quieres, Margarita, establecer un diálogo. Entonces me acribillas a preguntas, haz lo que quieras.
Bueno, poderosas ideas las frases, ¿no? Las reflexiones de Gurdjieff en cuanto a la guerra, y muy potente la idea de que es muy difícil vivir en paz y obtener lo que es la paz en nuestro entorno si no tenemos primero nuestra paz interior, ¿no? Es la primera reflexión que quería compartir contigo.
Pero una pregunta, yo me hago una pregunta, ¿no? Hoy esta tarde, sabiendo que iba a hablar contigo, que es, en realidad, de los 9 números del enneagrama, de los 9 eneatipos, ¿cuál de ellos vinculamos fundamentalmente a la paz?
Pues curiosamente en el eneatipo 9,
El
el
9.
buscador de la paz.
Entonces, el 9 sería nuestro recurso fantástico para entender la paz. Y posiblemente la paz en el 9 no es la paz, es una trampa.
Es más
Por
bien la
ta-
huida del conflicto, que no es exactamente lo mismo.
Exacto. Entonces, es interesante ver que cuando hablamos de paz, ¿de qué estamos hablando? Porque la palabra paz puede tener muchos contenidos. En el enneagrama hay 9 tipologías, 27 subtipos, etcétera. Entonces se puede entender bajo una misma palabra un montón de conceptos diversos. Entonces la paz es importante entenderlo, que en el 9 la paz es la paz vista desde el ego, no desde la esencia pura de la persona, desde el ser. Y vista desde el ego es una mala definición de paz. Por esto el 9 está pagando un precio altísimo por una paz que es falsa, que es entender la paz como ausencia de conflicto.
De
Y
hecho,
la vida tiene conflictos
esta mañana
continuamente.
compañera de Noruega, no, perdón, de Finlandia, Ilona, nos hablaba de que no es lo mismo mantener la paz a cualquier precio que crear paz, ¿no? Y hablaba de los grandes esfuerzos del eneatipo 9 y el precio que paga por evitar el conflicto a toda costa, que esto no es la paz que buscamos, ¿no?
Exacto. Y entonces aquí uno de los puntos interesantes es qué tipo de conflictos yo tengo. Estos conflictos que yo vivo en mi vida los vivo dentro de mí, son conflictos conmigo mismo, porque tengo distintas voces interiores que crean un conflicto y no me dejan tener el discurso que yo quiero. Tengo un conflicto con alguien, tengo un conflicto con el grupo. ¿Cuál es mi conflicto? Porque lo que hace el 9 efectivamente para eliminar el conflicto, el 9 se olvida de sí. Entonces no cuenta y no crearé conflicto, pero se está perdiendo. Por tanto, esto no es una buena manera de paz. De aquí vendría que pudiéramos analizar, por ejemplo, qué tipo de conflicto hacemos, cómo afrontamos los conflictos, si el diálogo, la negociación, la reconciliación tiene un papel importante para la solución del conflicto, porque mi definición de paz sería la superación del conflicto. Es decir, a dónde debemos ir, no a eliminar el conflicto, sino se elimina cuando se supera. Porque lo que hacemos en la guerra es no dialogamos, matamos al adversario y se acabó, ya está. Y esto parece que ya no hay conflicto, pero has hecho algo terrible, que es matar a otro ser humano, con lo cual significa que tu conciencia debe estar muy dormida para que no te des cuenta de qué motivo hay para que yo mate a otra persona o que otra persona me mate a mí. Es decir, estamos en un... Entonces, la guerra hay que entenderla con la crudeza que tiene, porque si no podemos hacer un festival de palabras muy bonitas, pero que realmente hay que ver qué precio pagamos en el sentido de luchar a favor de la paz, ¿no? Y luchar, ¿qué significa? Afrontar los conflictos, no negarlos, ponerles nombre, ver cómo se puede negociar, ver qué parte de mí entro en crear conflicto, qué parte de mí se resiste a negociarlo, a negociar con el otro. Por tanto, yo tengo que estar abierto al otro, a la otra persona o al grupo. Si yo no me abro, no empatizo con el otro, no hay diálogo posible, no hay reconciliación posible porque el otro no existe.
Y caminos también tan distintos, ¿no? Para lograr esa paz y afrontar el conflicto. Porque, bueno, yo lo pensaba esta mañana cuando hablábamos del precio que uno paga por no entrar en conflicto, pero yo pensaba, claro, pero es que para otros tipos lo difícil es contenerse. El trabajo no es justo al revés, ¿no? O sea, una tendencia a entrar en conflicto que también hay que aprender a trabajar con ella. O sea, unos necesitamos aprender a entrar en conflicto y a no callarnos y a no pagar ese precio de la evitación del conflicto. Pero claro, irse de cabeza al conflicto tampoco es la solución.
Sí, efectivamente. También hay que ver que el ego puede hacer que cuando yo afronto un conflicto me siento más vivo. Entonces el conflicto es una forma de afirmación de mi personalidad, porque estoy buscando afirmar, pero el conflicto lo tengo normalmente con otra persona y estoy haciendo pagar a otro el precio de mi crecimiento personal, creando un conflicto y entonces yo me afirmo y pienso que soy más fuerte porque he pisoteado a otro. Soy más fuerte, he vencido la guerra. Has perdido la guerra porque una guerra nunca se gana, siempre se pierde. Entonces, porque alguien pierde, ¿no? Aquí no gana todo, el win-win no existe en una guerra. Entonces, este tema me parece que es interesante que el conflicto se puede utilizar como afirmación de personalidad. Y esto es erróneo porque utilizo al otro, su dolor, su sufrimiento y demás para mi beneficio personal. Entonces, ser sincero consigo mismo es bastante duro, o muy duro, para darse cuenta de cómo puede ser respetuoso con el otro. Porque hay un tema que a mí me preocupa bastante en, por ejemplo, grupos de Enneagrama o grupos bien intencionados de muchas cosas, que podemos hablar de la paz personal. Y es cierto, sin la paz personal no existe la paz de fondo. Pero también atención porque el riesgo de solamente la paz personal convertirla en el único objetivo de la vida, cuando el objetivo es que no puede haber tampoco paz personal si no hay paz social. Entonces, a veces en el crecimiento personal uno busca que yo crezca y no importa a los demás, lo importante soy yo. E incluso no respondo a mis compromisos, a lo que tengo que hacer y tal. No, porque yo lo importante es mi personalidad, mi ego, mi crecimiento, etc. Pero también existen los demás. Entonces, yo no puedo crecer a espaldas de los demás. Sería otro tema interesante este, pero
Es
que está
un tema.
vinculado.
Esta mañana Jerry Wagner ha participado con Frederick Cohen y con Tom y Lucille, con mis compañeros, sobre un debate sobre este tema. Y entonces Jerry recordaba un poema muy bonito, ¿no? Que decía que todo esto está muy bien para uno mismo, pero que al final hay que recordar que el sol no luce para calentarse a sí mismo, que la flor no se abre para darse a ella misma fragancia, que la abeja no crea la miel solo para ella, y sino que todo esto, si no lo llevamos afuera, ¿no? A compartir, a tener en cuenta a los otros, a llevarlo a los demás, no sirve de nada si no alcanzamos esa paz social que incluya a todo nuestro entorno, ¿no?
Por esto en la vida no solamente hace falta enneagrama, sino que también hace falta poesía.
Así
Yo
es.
pienso que es importante porque la poesía nos abre unos valores mucho más allá de las cosas ordinarias y nos apunta a un sentido de espiritualidad, de otros valores que van más allá, y esto realmente es muy importante que se pueda cultivar, ¿no? Entonces, entender la paz también como un factor de poesía, ¿no? De este sentido, pero tocando pies en tierra, porque yo pienso que los problemas hay que afrontarlos de manera integral desde la óptica del enneagrama, viendo cuáles son los pensamientos que están obstaculizando la paz. Viendo, por ejemplo, el tema emocional, cuáles son los sentimientos que están bloqueando la paz y cuáles son las conductas. Por ejemplo, el libro de Daniel Goleman, Inteligencia Emocional, es muy interesante, pero, por ejemplo, se deja el tercer factor, que sería el factor visceral. Entonces yo pienso que si afrontamos los temas, afrontémoslos desde el enneagrama, desde, por ejemplo, estos tres centros, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué ideas actualmente en nuestra sociedad están perjudicando una idea de paz? ¿Por qué? ¿Cuáles son estas ideas? Porque a lo mejor algunas hay que combatirlas, combatirlas en el sentido de desactivarlas. Estos son como bombas, ¿no? Que hay que desactivarlas. Pues yo también habría que revisar esto. Cada vez se está experimentando más como fobias, sentimientos de odio, delitos de odio, etc. Aquí hay algo que está enrareciendo el ambiente, ¿no? Y después las conductas. Estos temas yo pienso que hay que trabajarlos, porque si no, solamente nos quedamos con una idea idealizada de paz que queda bien, pero que después no cristaliza en nada, ¿no?
De hecho, es nuestra visión del mundo, ¿no? Nuestro mindset, que dicen en inglés, nuestras ideas sobre cómo es el mundo, nuestra visión, la que nos lleva a reaccionar de una determinada manera ante la realidad. Y es verdad que cada vez parece que en nuestra sociedad estamos como más polarizados, con más tensión entre unos y otros, hay como más, no sé, sí, diría tensión y distancia, ¿no? Y tiene mucho que ver con nuestra forma de ver el mundo, porque al final no es tanto la realidad que tienes alrededor, sino en cómo tú la traduces, ¿no? Ya nos lo decía Víctor Frankl en su libro El hombre en busca de sentido, que decía que no es tanto, que la libertad última del ser humano siempre es decidir cómo reaccionar a lo que está ocurriendo en su entorno, cómo interpretar la realidad que nos rodea.
Por esto es uno de los temas interesantes, es el tema que has citado ahora, el tema de la polarización. La polarización es las semillas de la guerra, en el fondo, porque la polarización está destruyendo el puente de comunicación. Yo diría con aquella canción de Simon & Garfunkel, ¿no? Que es un puente sobre aguas turbulentas. hemos de construir puentes sobre aguas turbulentas. Las cosas van como van, pero vamos a ver si podemos crear puentes, ¿no? Puentes sobre aguas turbulentas. Pienso, por ejemplo, Steve Taylor habla de, por ejemplo, el tema de la patocracia, lo desarrolla, hablando de las personalidades de la tríada oscura, la psicopatía, el narcisismo, los trastornos de personalidad, que el mayor defecto cuando se tiene la desconexión extrema es que los demás no cuentan. Los demás ya no cuentan. Y entonces, cuando no existen los demás, todos son daños colaterales. Si hacemos daño a los demás, son daños colaterales. Ya no existen, es igual, es un daño colateral, una expresión literaria que no, hemos tirado esto, pero ha muerto, sí, pero era daño colateral. Entonces, si perdemos la sensibilidad de la otra persona, de meternos en su piel, etcétera, efectivamente la guerra campa por sus anchas. Entonces, la polarización anula al otro. La polarización solo existe mi lugar, mi punto de vista. El otro ya no existe. Por tanto, sí que efectivamente también es una tarea fantástica esto de intentar desactivar la polarización y crear puentes de comunicación, de diálogo, de reconciliación, de escucha. Todo esto es absolutamente necesario y el enneagrama es un instrumento fantástico para comprender la diversidad, para entender el otro. Si yo soy de mi tipo, cada uno es lo suyo, por tanto, si yo quiero que me respeten, los demás también quieren ser respetados. Entonces, que es bonito entender y es fantástico entender que los demás también necesitan respeto, y si yo respeto a los demás, realmente estoy creciendo como persona, porque no puedo crecer a margen de los demás.
Me atrevería a preguntarte, como un poco recogiendo lo que estamos hablando, de cómo podríamos un poco aumentar esta conciencia, salir un poco de los automatismos. Parece que esta polarización tiene que ver con los automatismos de los que nos hablaba Bourdieu, ¿no? Adoptamos una visión muy polarizada y ya no estamos presentes, ya no cultivamos esa conciencia. Me gustaría preguntarte, como el gran maestro y sabio que tú eres, ¿cómo crees que el enagrama podemos utilizarlo para salir un poco de estos automatismos? Y en tu caso, ¿no? ¿Cómo has trabajado tú o cómo crees, bueno, si me permites compartir, o quieres compartir con nosotros tu eneatipo, me encantaría que nos hablaras un poco en primera persona de cómo crees que es ese trabajo, ¿no? Ese trabajo con uno mismo.
Mi eneatipo 1, conservación. Entonces, el trabajo fundamentalmente de esto es, o sea, lo que me doy cuenta es que el trabajo en profundidad requiere también la apertura a los otros. Entonces, una de las cosas que me doy cuenta es que cuando uno se descubre a sí mismo, su interior y demás, puede casi enamorarse de su vida, de su interior, perdiendo el contacto con los demás. Y pensar que las únicas tareas importantes son las propias y que los demás paguen los precios que haga falta, pero yo tengo que seguir adelante. Y pienso que esto no es cierto. Es decir, cuando una persona, hay personas que son heroicas, que incluso piensan que su trabajo pueden relegarlo en función de hacer un bien a otra persona. Esto no es frecuente, ¿eh? Y es posible que en algunos círculos del enneagrama incluso se discutiera. Pero yo he visto, por ejemplo, personas, y voy a poner ejemplos de, por ejemplo, alguna madre, por poner que por su hijo que puede pasar unas dificultades inmensas o tiene una enfermedad, sacrifica su proyecto vital en función de otra persona. Y esto hay gente que lo vive. Para mí estas personas tienen un nivelazo extraordinario. Y si se lo preguntas, dicen, no, que yo no tengo nada de esto. No tienen una autoconciencia de hacer algo heroico, pero lo están haciendo porque no es el olvido de sí como recurso del ego para no enfrentarse a su propia vida, sino que es el olvido de su egoísmo para darse totalmente a los demás. Es decir, la capacidad de amor hacia el otro Claro, estos son niveles que a veces en círculos de crecimiento personal se consideran quizá excesivos, pero yo creo que seguramente tienen razón en vivir así. Tienen una razón y un motivo porque su capacidad de amor es máxima. Es decir, soy capaz de relegar algo mío en beneficio del otro, pero no como abdicación personal, no porque tengo miedo y quiero quedar bien ante los demás, sino porque soy capaz de olvidarme a mí mismo para darme totalmente al otro. Pero el olvido de sí no es que yo me olvido ignorantemente, sino que el olvido es que no satisfago mi ego, incluso mis proyectos personales, en beneficio del otro, ¿no? Es decir, que tú has citado un autor interesantísimo que es Viktor Frankl, ¿no? En el fondo, él definía la esperanza como la capacidad de hacer lo que la vida espera de mí.
Qué
Y
bonito.
muchas veces, mucha gente que trabajamos o trabaja sobre el ego, la gran pregunta es ¿qué espero yo de la vida? Que está muy bien, es una pregunta válida. Pero la pregunta de Viktor Frankl va mucho más allá. ¿Qué espera la vida de mí? Esto es una pregunta fantástica para una profundización del enneagrama en el propio tipo, y entonces me doy cuenta que mi vida es algo mayor de mis propias esperanzas sobre mi vida.
Pues quizá me recuerda un poco a la frase también de, ¿cómo era? Este presidente americano que decía, no preguntes qué puede hacer tu país,
Sí.
porque lo que puedes hacer tú por tu país, ¿no? Pues quizá hoy sería una bonita reflexión a estas alturas de la jornada, donde hemos hablado mucho de esto. Quizá no hay que preguntarse qué puede hacer, qué me puede traer paz a mí, sino qué puedo hacer yo para traer la paz, ¿no? Para traer la paz a nuestro entorno, a nuestra vida, a nuestras relaciones. Quizá poniendo cada uno nuestro granito de arena podamos generar esta energía y de paso meter madres, en vez de cambiar algunos políticos por unas cuantas madres con esa capacidad de sacrificio por el otro, tampoco estaría mal.
Sí, porque bueno, esto ya ocurrió, que hicieron un estudio sobre las personas que gobernaban los países durante la COVID, y realmente los países gobernados por mujeres parece que acertaron mucho más en las medidas y en la forma de atender a la gente, porque tenían más asimilado, más profundidad lo que es la cura del otro. Y esto es importante. Es decir, yo pienso que por ejemplo, el enneagrama es un instrumento fantástico y demás, ¿no? Pero bien utilizado no solamente para mí, para mi crecimiento, sino también para todo, para todos los demás, para el mundo, ¿no? Nosotros estamos hoy con el tema del enneagrama para la paz, porque si no parece que esto ya es bastante, ¿no? Es un poco así, ¿eh? Sino que es abrirse un poco a todo, ¿no? Entonces yo pienso que en el fondo es esto, cuando yo pienso que hay varios que lo han dicho, no he podido ponerme al principio porque he estado en otra reunión que estaba, ¿no? Pero cuando decimos la unidad es esto, ¿eh? Dice, oh, qué bonito la unidad, pero la unidad es justamente abrirse a los otros, no solamente mi unidad, porque sí que es importante mi unidad interna, los tres centros bien alineados, bien equilibrados a ser posible, ¿no? Armonizados, ¿eh? Porque hablando del uno, es mejor ser equilibrado que no ser perfecto en no sé dónde, ¿eh? Es decir, que esto es interesante, que no es tener más cosas, no, sino incluso voy a decir algo más, que no es muy así, muy políticamente correcto seguramente, y es que a veces los sufrimientos y los defectos que tenemos son un bien para nosotros, porque nos dan cuenta que nos permiten ser mucho más humildes, nos permiten ser más comprensivos y compasivos con los demás. Y entonces, oh, es que yo quiero trabajar y quitarme este defecto, va bien, hazlo hasta donde puedas. Pero dentro de todo te produce un bien al tenerlo, no por tenerlo, sino porque esto te da cuenta de que no todo es tan fácil, que los demás también tienen sus luchas personales que hacer, y entonces saber cómo esto lo puedes de alguna manera enriquecer. Y esto sobre todo te da un sentido profundo de humildad en la vida, sin lo cual realmente las cosas no funcionan, ¿no? En el trabajo personal sin humildad, entonces es lo que pasa, que conviertes es una mutación del virus. Entonces, en vez de tener el virus de antes, tienes un nuevo virus que es el enorgullecerse de tus propios logros, sin más. Y entonces piensas que estás por encima de los demás. No, si consigues tus logros estás muy bien, pero sigues siendo un compañero de los demás y estás en la misma altura que los demás. No sé, son aspectos de estos porque yo pienso que hay que estar muy atentos a estas sutilezas que existen, ¿no? Quiero decir que el ego es muy... Cuando hablamos de mecanismos de defensa, yo supongo que todo el mundo tiene claro de qué defienden estos mecanismos. Los mecanismos de defensa defienden el ego. El ego tiene sus propios sistemas, su batería antimisiles. O sea, lo tiene todo para defenderse. Entonces se defiende y nosotros pensamos que nos están defendiendo. Me defiende a mí, no. Justamente me ataca a mí de esta manera. Mi propio ego, ¿no?
Bueno, Luis, contigo como siempre el tiempo vuela. De hecho, nos hemos pasado de tiempo y podríamos haber estado aquí media hora más hablando sobre el tema. Muchas gracias. Como todo es circular y todo es uno, cerremos, o al menos a mí me gustaría cerrar con la idea que también se hablaba esta mañana, ¿no? Ya decía Gandhi que hay que ser la paz, para tener paz en el mundo nosotros tenemos que ser el cambio que queremos ver en el mundo, ¿no? Cada uno desde nuestro lugar y trabajando nuestro propio ego y tratando de ser algo mucho más beneficioso para todos los que nos rodean.
Bueno, y permíteme, eso sí, un momento, que agradecerte a ti el tener este diálogo, porque parece que podía ser una fórmula de las dos que habíamos visto, una exposición de diálogo, y después por todas las personas que están aquí escuchando, y he visto también algunos mensajes que llegaban interesados en el tema, y por tanto, un abrazo a todos los que esta tarde compartimos el Enneagrama en esta jornada especial.
Muchas gracias, Luis. Muchas gracias a todos por vuestras aportaciones en el chat. Hay opiniones y aportaciones muy interesantes. Gracias a todos y continuamos. Y con permiso de nuestro equipo de traducción, volvemos a cambiar de idioma porque cerramos este bloque con nuestros compañeros de Dinamarca. Así que, si os parece, por favor, los que queráis seguirlo en castellano, volvéis a entrar en el canal de traducción. ¿De acuerdo? De interpretación.
Marga, dilo en inglés también para...
Okay, so now I'm coming back to English. Hello, how are you? Welcome. Nice to see you.
Nice to
Nice
see
to
you.
see you too.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I know we are a little bit out of time, but I'm so happy to have you to end this block, this European block of the Enneagram World Day. And I'm really willing to find out what you have to share with us today. So please go ahead.
Thank you. And so nice to see all of Europe here, or most of Europe. And happy World Enneagram Day for peace, everyone. My name is Annabella, and I'm the vice chair of IA Denmark, and I'm here with the former chair, foreman, and the present spokesperson, Tville. And I would like to present Tville to you. So make it a little short. And Tville will bring us into a deeper meditation. She's a skilled Enneagram therapist and known for her grounded heart approach, and she's a lifelong friend of mine as well. She works with people dealing with stress and burnout and help them find their ways back to themselves through awareness, compassion, and clarity. And she will guide us through a 20 minutes peace meditation inspired by the theme, the Enneagram for Peace. So this is an invitation to listen deeply and soft your inner edges and find that point within where true peace begins. So let's take time to reconnect with ourselves and with one another. Are you ready, Tvile?
Yes, I'm in speed, yeah. And I have a little technical thing here because this is not the normal trance meditation I do. So I have a little script with some words on it. Yeah. So I will have to do this, And Annabella, you have to tell me, we have tried this in-house, but now it's on this kind of Zoom. Do you hear a little something? Music? No. Okay. I share. And then I side media player. Okay, this, and this, and then, and maybe if I'm correct, then we're now on with a little music. Is that correct?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you, Tvile.
Okay. Thank you. We are going on. I take my my clever classes, I call them, on. And in the next 15 minutes, because we have the soldier interview and the last of the presentation today with you. So I would say thank you to the Danish contribution, celebrating this remarkable unit, these remarkable tools we call the Enneagram. So to contribute to peace in the world around us, we must feel peace within. Over the next 15 minutes, I invite you to an inner journey to bring together the parts of you that we all call the Enneagram types 1 through 9. So trance is a deep, relaxed state where you can let go of all your conscious talk, if you wish, for a little while. They will always be there. But if the thought thieves came and drag you away from here, drag you away from what you are doing just now, then you can just relax, get loose, with no hesitation, with no fight. Just let them go and go back to my voice. The picture you see, if you have this with open eyes, is from around Denmark and our beloved Greenland and our very foggy island, Faroe Island in the North Atlantic. A little disclaimer: you please do not drive or operate a machinery, little or small, when you are listening to this. Some people, if they are very open-minded and clever in the mind for the sound that get to them, that you can go in what you call a trance, with a very light one, not the one I use when I have to pick out to help people. Yeah, that's a long story. So you can have your eye open, or you can have your eye closed for easier journey. We have 80% of our impression from our eyes. So if you close them, the inner world will be much easier to reach. Make sure you have no disturbance for a while. Gently close your eyes or keep them open. But if you keep them open, look at the pictures and let your mind get free to take the journey. So take a breath deep in and let it out slowly. Feel your body to begin to settle. Breathe in and breathe out, and thoughts come and go. But right here, right now, you can let them go. Simply release them without struggle. So if I use words or phrases that don't feel familiar to you, you just change them. It's your mind, it's your way. So let your attention rest on your eyes. Give your eyes attention. Feel the muscle around them gently soften. Your eyelids heavy. Your eyelids calm and relaxed. And let it from there, the same form of deep relaxation, now move awareness to the sheets. This becomes smooth, soft, no thoughts, no effort, just calm. Relax your jaw. Let your lower jaw drop slightly, soften your lips. They don't need to do anything, just be. I will remind you to go to your neck, your attention to your neck. Let it loosen, soften, and let the feeling of relaxation flow out to your shoulders. And feel them drop like a weight has lifted. Move now into your arms. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Upper arms, elbow, forearms, all the way down to your fingertips. Let your chest breathe naturally and freely, and move down to your belly. Relax it completely. Let go. Feel your hips sink gently into the surface beneath you. Notice the heaviness in your thighs and let them soften completely. Let your tension go down to your knees, calves, all the way to the feet, finally to the toes. Let them relax fully and completely. And if you want to, you can make them like roots coming from your foot, going down beneath you, going down to the floor, and beneath the floor, beneath the earth, the clay, the little water, the little stone, down to the mount, deep, deep, deep mountain roof, who hold all the earth together. Your body is now calm, heavy, quiet, at peace. You're ready to begin your journey inwards into a safety and peaceful inner world where you are free, simply to be and explore deep dreams. Imagine yourself standing at the start of a winding path. The path curves gently ahead, made of soft stone, shattered leaves crackling under your feet. The air is mild and warm, and around you, the scent of earth, grass, a hint of blossom. I say, ahead you see an old gate covered in moss and ivy. You go through it, and when you place your hand on it, and it opened easily, actually, as if it had been waiting just for you. You step into a beautiful, peaceful forest, and soon come an old stone bridge over a quiet stream. Maybe you pause in the middle of the bridge, looking down into the clear water, and see a calm reflection of your eyes, of yourself. And you know from the light in your eyes that you are on the right path, the path to peace. Peace for the world is so big, big word. But you are in that word. You are in that world. You continue in the distance. You glimpse some special trees. You sense something important for you there. Beyond the trees, you find a stone well. It's seam-old. But when you get near it, the well turns out to be an old stone staircase, spiraling downwards to begin. And you begin to descend, one step at a time, slow, slower, slower, and get deeper inside your unconsciousness for each step. You can riff with the music, riff with the voice, and you can experience relaxation on your way. Go deeper down inside, relaxing and well. At the bottom you see a short hallway lit by warm light from oil lamps. And in the end, You see a round chamber, and in the center, a small living flame glows. So beautiful. It is like it wants to tell you, wants to connect with you. Around at the edge of the room stands 9 doors, each with a number 1 to 9 carved in the wood. You're connected to all of them, but one calls you more strongly. That's what it is. When you're standing there looking at the doors, maybe there are different colors. I don't know. You know. It's your picture for your inner. One door opens itself, and the fourth, in a younger version of yourself, step out, smiling gently. And without words, place beautiful symbols of gifts in the center within the flame. The flame didn't hurt your gifts. The gift was creativity, deep feelings, the power to give voice to the unheard. You see it, your younger self, and you feel a connection between you. A promise, perhaps, or a reminder. These abilities live within you. They always have. You receive what is the beginning, give it to you with gratitude. And you now know that you will carry them with you when we move forward. Then from a door number 3, another part of you stride off confidently, carrying a shining bag. The trees emptying it to the pile. You get energy and drive to do what's necessary from the trees. The trees shows how success and leadership can make a positive difference in the world. The motivation and willingness to take action can inspire others to build a better society for peace, peace at home, peace in you, peace in the world. You feel the truth deeply. Success isn't about ego, but about making a difference. Feel a spark within you beginning to glow again, a longing to create something meaningful, not just for yourself, but for many, for the world. Another part of you steps gently through the door. The 6 carefully at the gifts, responsibility, reliability, and the ability to pause danger before there arrives. They can support peace by creating secure, stable structure and working for collective safety. The door make 2 open, and a gentle, caring, lots older version of you steps forward, arms full of places, the gifts in the pie, warmth, compassion, and the ability to bring people together in kindness. They promote peace to relationships and love for others. They're often the first to reach out for those suffering, those creating human connection. You feel how it anchors the energy, how it makes you strength whole. Suddenly, a door swings open. Out step a tall, commanding part of you with a heavy slug over his shoulder. Maybe in a moment you feel, oh, as a lot of people do when they meet an 8. But when you see the warmth and the smile in their eyes, you feel secure and safe. The 8 emptied the sack filled with strength, willpower, fears to protection. What is just, true, strong, brave. They stand up for those who can't protect themselves. They fight for fairness, are not afraid of challenge, injustice, and power, who is necessary when people try to take over your country, your life, your meanings. Then 2 doors open almost at once, 7 and 1. From one you receive a strong sense of justice and ethical integrity. They can be moral leaders, and when they work for fairness, accessibility, accountability, key building blocks in a peaceful world. 2 part of you, 7 and 1, side by side, both with armful, stepping forward. The 7 brings joy, hope, and light. They spread playfulness, lighter, and lightness, creating spaces where people feel safe, connected, and free. The 7 move around, greet others, smile, and the one weaving the many parts together. The strength lies in connection and deep trust in the future that can promote peace by inspiring hope, creating inclusive communities, and showing that life can be bright, playful, and meaningful. The 7 gives you hope. And now number 9 doors open. A peaceful, grounded version of you step out and smile toward door 5, which opens at the same time, as they have a connection, special connection. Unite gently, places, calmness, and understand. As 9 people come together, see all sides and create harmony. To see all sides of situation can help us to find common ground with decisions who are great, who are peaceful. The 5 part of you carrying insights and thoughtfulness, clarity, deep thinking, and wisdom. The help by bringing clarity, smart ideas to complex problems. The insight can lead less and peaceful solutions. As you stand surrounded by these many strong parts of you and feel a mix of a wave and deep gratitude, you smile almost without realizing. You can do it and smile now. And feel a quiet echo within. I recognize you, I remember you, and I'm all of this. And maybe you can write this at the inside of your skull. I recognize you, I remember you, I am all of this. Then something beautiful happens. A glowing instant chest begins to appear in the center of the room, holding by within. All of your inner parts this will be absolutely naturally, and your inner parts come together, gently lifting each other's gifts in the chest. Feeling of peace and strength you received here when they're placing them into the chest. The light from the chest is warm, strong, full of hope, full of love, full of knowledge that the storm will pass after rain will be. You're beginning to understand. You hold all of this in you, and it has been waiting just for you to recognize it, remember it, and take it in. You see it unfelt inside you, are growing, quietly shining. As all of these parts, you recognize one another and begin to come together. The types unite to make you whole, to make the world whole. And you understand your voice. And the just there's someone to remember, to reveal, to connect. So take a moment now. Breathe deeply in, deeply out. Feel your body and the space you're in, where you're sitting or laying. Return gently to the world around you, carrying with you all the strength, calm, and connection you have received. Come back with your eyes open in your own time, and I reach one. So lovely, type 9. Strong, heartful, type 8. Joyful and playing 7. Careful, responsive 6. And wise 5. Especially in unit 4. Driver 3. Helpful 2. Take care of order 1. Back with your own, with your eyes open. Welcome back. Sorry for the
Thank you, Tville.
Nej, jeg skal lige finde tilbage til Zoom. Så...
Er vi ikke på Zoom? Vi er der på Zoom.
Jo, jeg har 2 skærme. Jeg havde en til at læse og en til at... Jeg prøver bare lige at lukke den her.
Thank you so much. That was so peaceful. Are you awake, Patrick? You've been working on World Enneagram all day as the technical support.
I'm here.
And
I'm awake.
and now you've been in deep meditation.
I'm good.
You're still here. Right. So we only have a few minutes left since we're past time. I've always been wondering, I've known you so many years, Patrick. When I met you the first time, I heard this. Did you hear Patrick? He's awesome, and he's a military man. He's like quite high up in the grades. I don't know how to say that right. I'm not really sure what you're doing, but it sounds very manly and very military-like. So I never asked you how Enneagram and peace, is there a paradox from working with the military and fighting and being prepared for fight? Do you think? What is your take on that?
Well, you could say that there's a paradox, but you could also say that there's like two things of the same. It's if you want to be a soldier, if you want to fight for something, especially if you want to fight for peace, which I believe all my colleagues and myself will, first of all, you also need to ensure that you have peace within yourself. We have a lot of tools in the military for that. Do a lot of mental training. We do a lot of exercise and stuff like that, so we can prepare ourselves mentally. But especially knowing about the Enneagram is a game changer. Knowing about your own personality types change yourself in situations where you need to fight, and you need to know what's your own triggers, and you need to know what's the triggers of those who is next to you, because we're different. We're not all type 8s, 3s, 7s. We're not all assertive. We have all 9 types in the military. But yeah, I'm mainly type 4, which means that maybe I'm the rare type in the military. And maybe that's why I like to be there as well. Be the unicorn. So being in a field where shit hits the fan and there's actually nobody else but us, so we're kind of the last resort, right? The situation can be quite intense and traumatic, and what is really important is that we also have an eye for that, have an eye for what we experience, and be able to have space for sharing that and listening to each other and listening to ourselves. So I found my kind of calling within the military. I've been there for 20 years now. I've been into Afghanistan as well. So I've been into the war. And the thing is that when you're there, you try to create peace within the area you can control. So instead of constantly thinking worst case scenarios, you just have a lot of stuff planned for yourself, and knowing your Enneagram type and knowing your instincts could help you in that, knowing what do I normal take care of and maybe what should I plan for taking care of. It's not all self-press, but military is really self-press dominant. Absolutely. But again, if you're sexual and you are on a mission and you're away from those you're normally connected to, it would take harder on you than on your self-press colleague, which is maybe fine just with the sending a text. So we just react differently on different situations, like every other people does. But I just think that we are there because who else, I guess.
Wow, thank you. Is it well known in the military in Denmark? And is it well known in Europe in general?
So maybe not the Enneagram as the theory itself, but that we have different personality types is really well known. So the reason I stumbled over the Enneagram was doing coach training for NLP coach, and what I found out was, okay, so we have a model that not just put me into some kind of introvert extrovert box, but it actually tells me why I'm withdrawn or why I'm assertive, and so it gives me the why. And me knowing that later on in the military has really helped me when we talked about conflicts and people trying to get along. It's really important to know the why and not what we do. So I found that useful, and later on I've tried to implement the Enneagram in the military in Denmark. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd love to talk more, but maybe you will have a chance to share another time.
Absolutely. I just think so main point today is just if you want to make peace in the world, you know, start with yourself, with the inner peace. And I know a lot of great speakers has all day talked about that inner peace. It's been amazing to be here today. So yes, start there, and then we are much more open to help the one next to us.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you, Tville.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Beautiful meditation, Tville. Thank you. And amazing to listen to you. Patrick, thank you for sharing your experience and your wisdom using the Enneagram in the military world. That's not, I mean, it's honor for us to have a look and take a look and hear about it. It's not very frequent. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Annabella, for convincing Patrick to share with us a little bit and to be there. Thank you so much. This is the very end of the European block today. And we have our friends from America. We're changing, we're shifting, we go to the different country, a different continent, sorry. And we are having my friend and colleague Talia with us, leading this final block of the event.
Hi, Marga.
Matthias is also here. Thank you. Like Patrick has been with us for so many hours, and now Matti is doing the same. That they're like competing for the prize of being online for 6 hours or in a row. So thank you so much for all the supporting team that we have making possible this event. And Tali, I'm leaving the. I'm just giving you the I don't know how to say, the wheel of the plane. So we fly to America. Have a nice flight. And please put so much more interesting contents around Enneagram and peace, please.
Thank you so much, Marga. Oh, I believe someone shared the screen. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, wow. I've been following the event almost all the time too. So I'm very honored, very glad, very happy to be with you all today. I'm Talia Guerrero. I'm part of the IA Global too, as my teammates. And I'm here in Mexico City, saying hi to everyone around the world. We are a little bit delayed, so we are moving forward in this part of the world with an amazing agenda for today. we will have, in fact, we will have like a journey from the north to the south in this third and last part of our event. And we will start, oh, can you listen to me well? I'm seeing in the chat that, okay, thank you, just checking. So Letty says like, okay, let's see if this gets better. Sometimes here the Wi-Fi connection is not so good. So yes, so I was saying that we are going to start from the north part of our continent. So I'm welcoming here in this, Jess, she's here. Hi, Courtney Perry, for our representing today our Minnesota chapter affiliate from USA. Thank you so much for being here. And you know, Courtney, in this day we have been hearing a lot of how to activate peace, right? Peace, inner peace, and then outer peace too, right? And from the lens of the Enneagram, and we have been hearing this consistently, if we want to create peace, if we want to have peace, we need to activate our centers, right? If one of them is not there, is not present, we can't achieve this full peace, right? It's more like a fake peace or an ego-driven peace. So today you are going to give us a space based on the three centers, right? And how yoga can be, you know, like compatible with the Enneagram work. So thank you so much for being here. In fact, Minneapolis is going to be our host for this year's global conference. So we are so excited for your participation and for representing our affiliate over there. So I give you the floor with these beautiful people. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. We are so excited about the conference coming to us, and we cannot wait to meet all of you in person, and we're really looking forward to it. I'm humbled to be part of this day. This is amazing, the things that I've heard so far and what people are doing in the world. And that meditation and Patrick's words were a perfect segue into yoga and Enneagram. And there are many people in the world who are putting these things together, and it's because there's this obvious connection of non-judgmental self-awareness that's imperative in the Enneagram and in yoga for growth toward enlightenment. And we've really got the whole circle inside of us. So that's the goal to remember. And I think we're also trying to just accept what is, both in yoga and the Enneagram. We walk in the door and we have limitations. Our bodies are made differently. Even if we are healthy, we don't have injuries, our bone structure is quite different from one person to the next. And there are some yoga poses that some bodies will never be able to do. The pictures you see of the highly limber people going in crazy directions might do a disservice, I think, to our self-acceptance, so that we have limitations. And you can even, if you stand up, we're going to be moving around a little bit today, but if you stand up and you hold your arms at your sides with your palms facing down, if you lift up your knee, you might notice the ratio of the length of your arm to your torso. And there are some postures in yoga where you're pushing into the ground to lift your body up. And there are plenty of bodies whose arms and torso are the same length, or the arms are shorter than the torso, and those postures are never available and never recommended. That's just a little example. Each body is different, each type is different, but we're this unified whole. In fact, if you want to do one of the most common yoga mudras is this one, where you've got the pointer finger and the thumb connected, and then the 3 fingers. And these, the pointer finger and the thumb connected, are a reminder of our individual self united with the unified self, our higher consciousness as an individual with the unified collective. And that's another important aspect we've heard everyone talk about, is we are a unique individual, yes, but we are part of a unified whole. And ultimately, non-dualism is what leads to peace. So how I use yoga and Enneagram is on the most basic level, in an introductory sense. I've ascribed or assigned a pose to each Enneagram type. And I love moving everyone through each of the types in an introductory class, because it helps us feel what it might be like to be that other person. And obviously we have the circle inside, so it's also getting in touch with, when do I feel this way? And I'm going to lead us through just 3 different poses for the types. And you can use a chair if you want. We're going to start with type 2. I'm going to move back a little bit. I'm going to keep an eye out. If you can't hear me, let me know. So if you have a chair, you can sit in your chair if that is better for you. Sit tall, feel your spine long, and start breathing deeply. On an inhale, you'll reach your arms out and up. And on an exhale, turn your heart to the left and let your arms drop open wide. And you can take your left hand to the back of your hip and reach your right arm up, and you might even lean back a little bit. So we're opening the heart here. This is a variation of half camel pose. If you would rather do that pose on the ground, I highly encourage moving today. You can come down onto your knees, and maybe we switch sides this time. So inhale, reach out and up. Exhale, open your heart to the right, dropping your right arm back behind you. You can take your right hand to the back of your hip and reach your left arm up, pressing your heart forward. And for those of you who have naturally flexible spines and who may practice yoga and feel safe doing this, you could reach your right hand back toward your right heel. This is a variation half camel pose. And I'll show you the full pose. If you are an advanced yogi and you're feeling warm and good and this is safe in this moment, you could take both hands to your heels and press your heart forward and up. It's hard to even speak in that place. And what I want you to think about as you feel the open-heartedness there is that 2 energy of completely shining your heart forward, opening up with vulnerability. But when you do the full variation of the pose, you find that you cannot focus, can't see any piece of your own body. And it's that reminder that when we are giving so much, we tend to lose sight of ourselves, and the 2 losing sight of what they want and what they need. And so the antidote pose for that, if you're seated, could be just to round over. If you are in that full pose on the knees, you can come to child's pose, opening up the knees wide, setting your hips back down to your heels, walking your hands forward and touching your forehead to the ground. And when you come to that child's pose place, if you're there, please hold it and breathe. When you get there, you've drawn yourself inward. It might even feel a little bit like coming home to that 4 space, turning your focus in. You might even be able to hear your own breath as you are curled up tightly in a ball. As we move through the pose of the 2, you can, again, feel the open-heartedness and know that we need to balance it by closing off. Sometimes that's boundaries, and sometimes it's inward focus. So stand up if you're able, or if you're seated, just sit there and kind of shake things off. From a standing pose, go ahead and shake the hands. The arms, the feet, you might look like just a noodle. Just getting some energy moving, especially if you've been sitting listening to these amazing presentations. So feel that energy flow for a moment. And we're going to go from that open-hearted place of the 2 to the highly constricted place of a withdrawing 5. We'll first start with the arms. So reach your arms out to a T and begin to take your right elbow underneath your left, making an X with your arms. You'll give yourself a little hug here, and that might be where you stay. If you're moving into full eagle arms, it does look like you kind of make a knot with your arms and try to press your palms together. But if you do that and your shoulders are up in your ears, maybe relax a little, go back to that hug. And try to lift your elbows up as you pull your shoulders down, and you've got a soft bend in your knees, feeling weight a little bit more in the heels. If you want to move into the full balance pose, you're going to lift your right leg up and cross your right thigh over your left. This is another great pose you can do seated. Sit down in a chair and cross the right leg over the left. If you have the full variation, you've got the hands in front of your face, so you can't even really see beyond yourself in this place. And you feel a lot of constriction and tightness. I'm moving around a lot, but I hope that you can hold where you are and really squeeze where you are, feeling that how much energy it takes to conserve your time and your resources and protect yourself. Go ahead and release from there, shake it out a little bit. We're going to do it on the other side just so we feel even in our bodies. So the arms come out to a T, the left elbow goes under the right, and then give yourself that hug, or take the full eagle arm grip, palm to palm. And there's no right or wrong. It's about what's right for you today in this moment. And you might bend your knees. And if balance is tricky, keep both feet on the ground. You don't have to do the legs. If you'd like to try that balance, the left thigh crosses over the right. Maybe if you have some extra room there with the toes could curl around behind your shin. I know it's kind of a crazy pose. And you just feel there that like you're wrapped up in yourself. Squeezing, feeling the constriction, drawing that energy inward. I'm going to collect all the information I need to protect myself. And then the release and the antidote for the 5, where they need to step into every once in a while, is an open-hearted star pose. So we're just expanding arms and legs wide, looking up, feeling the throat open and the heart. I am taking up space. My hands are open to both give and receive. There's non-attachment there. And the blood is flowing. And I feel stable here, even open-hearted and open-voiced. I can feel stable with both feet on the ground. And I know I can't be there all the time, but every once in a while, when I get too wrapped up in myself as a 5, then I need to just open up for a moment and realize I can be safe in that open place as well. We will do the last pose up for the Enneagram 8. And that one is, of course, a martial pose. Warrior 2 for the 8 is what I selected. And if you'd like to do this one, again, you could do it in a chair. If you do it in a chair, you're rotating your knees to one side. We'll say to the left. I'm not doing this in opposition, so really think about the left for you. Knees to the left, and then you extend your right leg back. So we're in a lunge here, but then turn your heart to where it's facing right in front of the chair. So your heart is not facing your knee, it's right over your hips. And the arms reach long, front to back. So if you're standing up, you're gazing over your left fingertips, your heart is not shining forward, and you might imagine a sword in that front hand, preemptively striking in an expectation of betrayal. So this warrior is lunging forward They're not showing their heart. They're protecting it. They don't trust that they won't be betrayed. And they're preemptively striking and challenging here. Feeling that forward motion and the power that it takes to lunge forward. We sense the 8-ness here. And we'll go ahead and shift to the other side. You can take your knees to the right, or you can just rotate your feet if you're standing to the right and start to bend into the right knee, gazing over the right hand, and really press your feet into the earth if you're standing, kind of firing up the legs. Because in yoga, we're really trying to utilize every muscle, not let anything just kind of hang out. So if your arms are kind of just hanging out, put energy in them, strong energy front to back. Imagine that sword in the right hand. And the antidote pose for the 8 is a variation of a martial stance to warrior 1. So we're moving from warrior 2, in which we're not showing the heart at all. If my left foot is forward, we're going to step the right foot over a little bit so I can turn my hips to face front. My arms are reaching up. And for this variation, I cactus the arms and lean back, opening up the heart. So I still have this forward motion, my energy. I don't have to change who I am as an 8, but it's practicing the softness of the innocence of trust. Like, oh, I can come back to that place where I was as a child, and yet I didn't have to be the adult. I'm going to practice feeling that, opening up my heart, even as I have this energy of forward motion. And if you want to repeat with the other side, just switch the leg you had in front. Come into that lunge with both feet flat on the ground, your front foot pointing forward, and the back foot a little bit at a diagonal. Arms reaching up for that warrior 1, and then cactusing the elbows, opening the throat, gazing upward. And come back when you are ready. If you want to keep standing, you can. If you want to take a pose to stretch in, that's lovely. Come back to your deep breath if you've lost it. It's, you know, when you're teaching yoga, you're not actually doing yoga because it's impossible to breathe. And breath is the primary focus in yoga and in regulating the nervous system. So when we're activating head, heart, and body in yoga and working through those 3 centers, it's the deep nostril breathing that sends a wordless message to the body, you are safe. And it is the drishti, the single immovable focal point for each yoga pose that also helps clear the mind. So in every yoga pose in Warrior 2, the gaze is gently over that front finger. In Warrior 1, our gaze is typically up. We hold a point and we breathe. Part of it is to cut out distraction so that we may focus on what we feel inside. And we feel physical reactions to poses. And then we try to move through that discomfort. Is it actually physical, or am I feeling some emotions that I've bottled up in my hips, in my body? What's going on here? And then we keep breathing deeply, and we know that we can move through this calmly. That's the idea. We're practicing for what happens outside of the yoga studio. The intention is key. I teach yoga at a gym, and there's a lot of people who come in the doors to work out. And I can tell a vast difference between the people who are thinking it's a workout and the people who are there for the whole self work. And it is the difference of focus and intention. And if we go into every yoga movement, every yoga class, or Tai Chi, or whatever your movement of choice is, holding the intention that I am burning away what no longer serves me so that I can open up and allow what I need to come in, then we are also working with that Enneagram wisdom of that we can't force ourselves to be different, but it's the observation and the opening and allowing something to happen to transform us. There's only so much we can do. Sorry, 3s and 8s. And the way we always end yoga is with metta and a loving kindness meditation. And you could hold your hands on your heart. Even just this motion of holding hands on your heart gives your body the sense that you're being cared for and you're being held. So whenever you're struggling with self-doubt and self-worth, this is a beautiful posture to take, holding hands on your heart. And at the end of every practice, when we have burned through what no longer serves, we've challenged ourselves and we've reached a place of calm mind without fluctuation, we send love to ourselves. We send love to our friends and family. We send love to our strangers that we can encounter in our day. And then we might even choose to send love to our enemies, or what the world tells us are our enemies. And this whole practice is something we have to continue to come back to again and again. We're not ever fixed, which is again mirrored in the Enneagram. Our work is never done, and it's a constant readjustment for balance. That is our goal. Ultimately, when we are at peace in our bodies, we can walk that peace into the world. And that is what I believe a physical practice, a moving meditation, can help us do as we're moving through and working with Enneagram wisdom. And I know we've gone over on time, so I'm trying to do this very succinctly. So Talia, if you want to let me know, I mean, that's it in a nutshell. We can use the Enneagram and yoga in many different ways together, but that's just a brief example of how I enjoy using it in teaching an introductory class.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for this special space. Because as we say, our bodies are the only center that never escapes from the present moment.
Mm-hmm.
Our minds, our hearts, our feelings can go past, future, it's like, but the ultimate expression of our beings is here with our bodies, the things we do. No matter what we think, no matter what we feel, at the end is always with our bodies, our voices. So thank you so much. Amazing dynamic exercise. And for everyone, this has been recorded. So for everyone, if they want to go back in the recording and do this exercise again, or you just go to the library for the IA and replay it. So, well, thank you, Courtney. We are moving to another affiliate inside USA, and we have here three participants, three members of the Southeast affiliate, Doug, Ashley, and Lee. Mati, can you help me to put them in the screen? So thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining us today, representing not only your affiliate, but your country too, with Courtney. And I believe now we are moving more for the intellectual center, right? Because this team is prepared to share with all of us some, I don't know how to say, some tips, some insights regarding books that are there and could be useful to widen and to open up our perspective about not only the Enneagram, but like the concept of peace. So Ashley, Lee, thank you so much for being here. Just a brief saying for the people. I'm going to switch a little bit to Spanish just to hola a todos, a los que hablan español y quieran escuchar esta presentación en inglés, tienen que ir al botón de interpretación abajo y escoger español, el español para escucharlo en inglés. ¿Es así, Mati? Sí, ¿no? Exacto. Ahí tenemos la traducción para los que gusten. Okay, so switching back to English, thank you so much. I really wanted Spanish speakers to listen this presentation well. So Lee,
Yes, hi. Thank you.
welcome. I'm leading you. I'm giving you the lead.
Thank you so much. And thank you for hosting us today. I haven't been able to be on for the whole thing, but I look forward to the recording. I appreciate all the work that went into making today happen. We really appreciate supporting the global community and are proud to be a part of it. I am Lee Fields. I'm with the Southeast affiliate in the United States. We used to be Enneagram Georgia, but we expanded when everything went online in 2020. And now we feel like we don't really have geographical boundaries. We welcome everyone, though many of our members are from several states in a cluster of the United States. Everyone is welcome. So I want to offer that invitation to anyone on this call or anyone that you know, that we invite everyone to our events and love having people join there. All of our events at this point in time are online, virtually. So all while time zones can be confusing, that's the only limitation. If you have a Zoom account, you're good to go with us. So I'm going to briefly introduce myself and tell you my book recommendation of we're bringing books that have helped us recently or that we have found impactful in working with the Enneagram and looking at the topic of peace and the concept of that. I think that for me, part of what the books that we're talking about today have offered is a sense of inner peace of working with ourselves, becoming more peaceful and accepting of reality through using the Enneagram as a tool of being able to see that better. But also thinking about the concept of another aspect of peace, which I think is harmony. And harmony being sort of a combination of simultaneously played notes that blend together in some way. And I think that piece of understanding that the Enneagram can bring to understanding one another and different people's perspectives and mindsets, and appreciating those for the tones and shapes that those notes have, is a real strength in using the Enneagram for me. I know that on this call today, we might have many seasoned veterans of working with the Enneagram, skilled teachers, and also people that are brand new to the Enneagram. So just know that wherever you find yourself on that spectrum of knowledge, it's a tool that you can use every day. You don't have to be completely fluent with it to put it to work, right? I think that's important. I would say that for me, the Enneagram is a tool of curiosity, understanding, and compassion. And when I first encountered the Enneagram, it was like a light switch went off in my understanding of myself and other people. It's like, oh, that's what's been happening. I see now. And as I advanced my study working with different schools, with the narrative school, with Riso Hudson work, with awareness to action. Different schools had different perspectives on that, which were really helpful to me. But when I started studying with awareness to action, one of the things that was really arresting and changed my perspective of how I worked with the Enneagram was starting to think about using clear thinking as a necessary tool for working with the Enneagram, and understanding that even though I had studied philosophy in college, I had come away not having more practical skills about clear thinking and critical thinking, which was humbling to me. But learning how to employ some skills with simple, pragmatic practices and explanations really helped. And so the book that I'm going to recommend to you today, and just so you know, we do have a slide that has all the books that we're going to recommend. We'll put something in the chat where you can see it. There's also a QR code where you can scan it. We're not selling books, but it will give you to the information if you want it. So don't feel the need to furiously try to scramble to write down our book titles or anything if you're interested in book club. But my book is How to Think Well and Why by Mario Sikora. It's a pretty small volume. I think you can see that. But it packs a wallop. Were I to highlight it, practically every word would be highlighted. So I have found that this book helped me understand that the Enneagram itself is a model of clearer thinking, right? When it's used well, it's about trying to see ourselves more clearly, trying to understand the logic of one another better. And it really enhanced my ability to use it as a tool of compassion for myself and other people, just by understanding a couple of simple things around confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. And I could talk for hours about all of that, but just to say that cognitive dissonance is that uncomfortable feeling we get when we encounter something that doesn't match with our concept. It's physically uncomfortable. And our brain tries to resolve that as quickly as possible. And that's its job, but it doesn't always do it accurately. And so practicing how to increase our skills of clear thinking can help us understand ourselves and other people better. And I think that is really where this book has been most impactful to me. I'll leave you with a quote from an American, I think she's an American author, North American author, Annie Dillard, which is how we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives. And I think that that's my takeaway for being as intentional as I can with having actionable tools to work with to live a more harmonious life day to day. So that's my speed run through my book. We're going with 3 speakers from our affiliate today. I'm going to turn it over to my friend and colleague. And I have to tell you, every book he recommends, I just buy immediately. So I have a couple of Doug Farmer commemorative shelves in my office. So thank you, Doug. And let's slow down the pace a little. I have only so many shelves. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for coming to share with us today, and I'll leave it to you for now.
Thank you, Lee. As Lee said, my name is Doug Farmer. I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. And in keeping with Patrick's comments earlier, which Lee reinforced a while ago, I think we can only bring peace to the world as a direct reflection of the peace we have found within ourselves. So today I picked 3 books that for me have been helpful in cultivating peace, reducing reactivity, and helping me work with those patterns of my personality that still present themselves. The first book I'd like to talk about briefly is The Enneagram Symbol. And this is a book by Dr. Jennifer Joss that came out in 2023. And as I was getting ready to put some comments together for today, I found a beautiful review by Christina Lohr back last December, which was published in the Enneagram Monthly, and I'll share just a couple of her comments. She said, one of the most striking aspects of this book is how it elevates the conversation around the Enneagram, helping both seasoned practitioners and newcomers refine their understanding. It offers a fresh, accessible approach to the Enneagram through the lens of the hero's journey, a narrative structure that mirrors the transformation process of moving through each of the 9 points. And it's a framework that encourages deeper self-reflection and growth through stories that resonate with the hero's journey. She defines the laws that the Enneagram is built around, laws of 1, of 3, and law of 7, and expertly weaves a mystic understanding with a rational one. A personal note from me, I was able to attend, I think, the only session that she has done where it was group work on the book itself. And for me, her law of 3 gave me an entirely new understanding of how to work with this important aspect of the Enneagram. I'd like to read just one paragraph to give you a sense of how she writes. Her style is beautiful. One of the truths I consistently work on with clients is people know how you feel about them, no matter how well you act. and it happens in an instant. Our thoughts and feelings are energy with a concrete impact. I think of it this way. When you play a guitar, if the strings are not aligned in a coherent tuning, it sounds terrible. And that will be true even if you're the best guitar player in the world. Tuning our own instrument is like getting our centers, mind, heart, and body aligned so we can share our music without turning people off. When not aligned, there's static in the system that garbles our energy and messaging, and it does not resonate with others as well as it could. It is a wonderful book. I'm on my third reading of it, and each time I capture something new. The second book I'd like to talk about real briefly is by Suzanne Stabile. It came out in 2021 called The Journey Toward Wholeness. And the first half of Suzanne's book details how to understand and work with the three centers of intelligence. She does a wonderful job of breaking down how each type manifests their dominant center of intelligence, providing specific behavioral examples for each type. She also discusses the excess of feeling, thinking, or doing in our types. But best of all, she provides specific advice in a section called Try This. If you are an Enneagram coach, this is extremely specific and helpful coaching material. The second half of the book is dedicated to stances where she discusses how we process or respond to how we are seeing the world. Once again, she has woven many wonderful stories in her type descriptions, as well as testimonials from members of each type. She also offers advice in the form of transformational possibilities, along with questions to ponder for each type. Again, her book presents very real opportunities for personal work and growth in her suggestions and the questions. And I'm recommending this book because I found it so supportive of my own personal work, as well as providing me with wonderful material for my own coaching work. The last book I'd like to present today is entitled Soul Without Shame, A Guide to Liberating Yourself from the Judge Within, written by Byron Brown back in 1999. Within the last 6 months, I received a recommendation to read this book, and I decided today's gathering might be a good platform to quickly discuss the book. Because it's been out for quite some time, many relative newcomers, including me, may not be aware of this really helpful book. Brown's book explains how the inner critic for each of us is really a collection of opinions, standards, and behaviors that we learned when we were little, mostly from our parents. Our inner critic, functioning as an internal parent, advises each of you what's right, both morally and socially. Phrases like work hard, don't cry, don't show anger, be nice, etc., are all the childhood messages that our internal critic supervises. When we're doing something this internal parent considers wrong, it becomes a critic that quickly uses either shame, blame, humiliation, threats, or fear to get us back in line. Because the critic touches upon something we believe is true about ourselves, we most often engage with the critic, trying one of several options to defend ourselves. Brown does a wonderful job of helping us understand how these attacks follow certain patterns. He then leads us to an understanding of how to disidentify from these patterns. And finally, he provides the roadmap to disengaging completely from the world of the judge. For every type, his book is a wonderful understanding of how we are resisting the critic, why we try the methods we do, and most importantly, how we can finally learn to disengage from the judge who always keeps us from being fully present in the moment. These are my 3 suggestions today, and I'm happy to turn it over to Miss Ashley Wilson.
Thank you, Doug and Lee. Happy World Enneagram Day to everyone. As Doug mentioned, my name is Ashley Wilson. I am from Greenville, South Carolina, and I am honored to be here to represent the Southeastern U.S. chapter with Lee and Doug. I have only been a part of this chapter for about a year now, but both of them have not only been wonderful mentors to me, but have demonstrated what it's like to be a part of a community and open their arms to a complete stranger and sharing resources and connections and even just being a listening ear. So I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity today to be with both of them and to be with everyone. So I lead with a type 3, one-to-one transmitting sexual instinct. And when I think about the topic of peace for today and World Enneagram Day, as Lee mentioned, the connection to harmony is really important. And as we've recommended different books, each of those come from different schools of thought, different backgrounds when it comes to the Enneagram. And I think a big piece of the concept of harmony is our ability to share space and welcome difference of thought and difference of opinion, which is what we hope to share with you today. I utilize the Enneagram primarily in the corporate sector with Enneagram teaching and coaching and team dynamics. So another element of peace is also our ability to understand one another and create a shared language to see each other as people beyond the day-to-day and the routine that sometimes we can get lost in. And so with that, I will say that I am particularly fascinated and intrigued by instincts and instinctual biases. So the two books that I will be recommending today are related to those. So the first being Instinctual Leadership by Mario Sikora and Maria Jose Munita, and then Hunters, Farmers, and Teamers by Joel Hubbard and Jim Zertman. And as Lee mentioned, in just a moment, I'm going to share my screen. I can actually go ahead and do that so that y'all can see the books and the QR code. And then Doug, in just a moment, will add the QR code to the chat. So can everyone see that? Perfect. Thank you, Lee. Okay. So with the instincts, I think that they are just as important as the type, and they can even sometimes be easier to see and to work with in the context of relationship, particularly in the workplace as I use it with leaders and with teams. So starting with Instinctual Leadership by Mario Sikora and Maria Jose Munita, who lead Awareness to Action. I think they truly set the bar when it comes to Enneagram in the corporate space and the decades of experience that they have. I've had the opportunity to go through their Awareness to Action Level 1 certification, which I highly recommend. They also have an Awareness to Action Enneagram podcast, which from time to time you will hear Lee sharing as a speaker on there as well. This book is also a short read for the Awareness to Action group, and it goes through all 27 subtypes of the Enneagram. This is a book that I use every single day, and as I work with individuals to help identify their type, it can really, really help to identify their subtype. And so there are one-pagers of each of the 27 subtypes that look at the context of the type within the workplace, how they show up on a team, how they show up as a leader. I love the directness of the book, and I also love the accuracy that can be achieved in just a few short pages. So I highly recommend Instinctual Leadership for those that are utilizing the Enneagram in the corporate space. And when we think about, as I mentioned, the ability for diversity of thought, this book, the next book, Hunters, Farmers, and Teamers by Joel Hubbard and Jim Zertman, takes a new approach to instincts. This is a brand new book that was just released this year, and it looks at the three instincts in terms of the terms hunter, farmer, and teamer. It provides really great examples, stories, and careful guidance on strengths and blind spots. That's particularly helpful when you think about instincts as business instincts, and really helpful if you're working on a team or looking to weave in the instincts to your organization. So I highly recommend that. They have a wonderful podcast called The Art of Growth, and they have gone through and done all 27 subtypes as panel interviews, which is very, very helpful. So again, their podcast is called Art of Growth. So on the screen here, you'll see that here are the 5 books that Doug, Lee, and I have recommended, along with the QR code that you can access and purchase these on Amazon. Again, we don't get any credits from these. We just wanted to give you a centralized place if you're interested in any of them. And also wanted to extend again an invitation for anyone to join the Southeastern chapter, an affiliate group. We have community gatherings several times a month. We have chapter meetings, we have a book club, we have an opportunity to join in once a month just to connect with one another and talk through all things Enneagram. So we want to first invite you to those, but also thank everyone for the opportunity to be here with you today. And I'll turn it over to Lee. Doug, if you want to say anything to close out, or back over to Talia.
We're great. Thanks for trying to keep on time.
Thank to all of you. Thank you so much for these amazing recommendations. I believe that in these times and always we need this kind of knowledge to as great companions in our journey. And I believe in the power of community, in the way we can influence one another. When we find something interesting or something that help us to build up our presence and our understanding and the way we walk in life, it's amazing to have people in our circles, in our teams, in our groups that give us this kind of visibility about what could be great to know, and at the end, great to embed in ourselves. So thank you for passing the word. Thank you for giving us these insights about these amazing books. I totally believe that the things we can find there are amazingly useful, to cope with this reality and at the same time to being more present and more loving with each other. Thank you so much to the Southeast affiliate, and we are moving. Thank you so much for the timing too. So we are moving. We are still in the north part of the continent. We are sustaining the space over there because we are welcoming now the Canada team. We have here Tam and Erin. I believe Matti is looking for Erin. So this is amazing to present Canada affiliate, because we are in the process still to integrate them to our global community formally. But you are already part of it. It's like we say that because we are in the process, but we are so happy, so happy to have Canada in the big global community, and we know that it's like every time. In fact, every time we have like some country willing to belong to the IA, it's like a very joyful situation for us. So Tam, Erin, welcome. Thank you so much to be here and for sharing in this World Enneagram Day with our global community. I believe that you are going to have like a mixture of contents here. So please feel welcomed, and I'm giving you the floor to share with us what you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Talia. We are so honored to be part of this day. For anyone that's curious about the state of Enneagram Canada, we are an official affiliate with the IEA Global. We are federally incorporated in Canada. We just received our business name registered in the province I live in. And so we are really hoping that in the next month or two, we are going to be onboarding members. So anyone out on this Zoom call, please tell your Canadian people that we are looking forward to a full packed season of Enneagram community building, and we're planning it for you. So please reach out if you have comments or questions, or you want things to be included in our season. We want to hear from you, because we are doing this because we believe Canada has beautiful Enneagram work to offer, and we want to connect everybody that's doing good work. So we're very excited.
Thank you.
So I will, if you're okay, Talia, I'll jump right in.
Yes, please.
Okay, as Talia was mentioning, my colleague Erin and I have prepared separate presentations. You will probably notice in our presentations that they are really centered around our personal story with the Enneagram and how we experience the Enneagram. We are also missing, I'm actually thinking they're on the call right now, but our other 3 board members are likely present here today, Jill and Anna and Marlene, and we are really, really excited to move forward with our team and to get this whole thing off the ground. We're very excited. So I will first kick things off by saying, I feel the peace in this call. I'm sorry, I'm going to get emotional. I feel so honored to be here. I think that this day is a representation of peace and the beautiful creative offerings that every affiliate has put forward. I've had a chance to view a few of them, and this is peace. This is including all things, not leaving things out, and being fully human and fully present here on World Enneagram Day. And I'm clearly very honored to be part of this beautiful day. So thank you very much. So I am actually going to be speaking on the thoughts of a peacemaker. I am an Enneagram 9. I'm a self-pres 9. And when I saw that the title was Enneagram for Peace, I knew I had to say something, because peace is an elusive subject for me and has only recently become part of a positive experience, or maybe I should say I have experienced a very disconnected version of peace, and I'm finally feeling like I can connect to that word with my recent inner work. So I am going to open up, I'm going to share my screen and just share a few thoughts. I would love to hear interaction in the chat. Any thoughts that any of you have, I'm open to answering questions or hearing your experiences from the perspective of a 9 or other numbers that know and love 9s. The title of my presentation is Fake Peace, because that is the world of a 9 in a lot of ways, is a belief that peace needs to be manufactured for people around me, and that peace is something that needs to be controlled. So I've termed it fake peace because of the disconnection I've felt from the word for many, many years. So just before I start, I would love to just spend a minute in silence with all of you, and no guidelines, just being in presence with all of you. So if you feel comfortable closing your eyes, feel free to. I loved what I think it was Courtney said, to reconnect with yourself if that's helpful. But I'm just going to take a moment to center myself, and I invite you to do the same. As you take your final breaths and come back into the Zoom call, I would love to hear from you in the chat. What do you think of when you think of the word peace? What other words come to mind? So feel free to just add a word, add a phrase, add something into the chat. What does the word peace, what other words come up for you? I'd love to hear it in your language. If it's a different language, add it to the chat. What is peace for you? That's beautiful. You're good. You're all going to make me cry again. I can't stay still. That's beautiful. Thank you. That feels so whole. I appreciate your contributions. Yes, and we have a quick hand up. Go ahead. Emad, did you have something you wanted to contribute? Oh, sorry, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, hi everybody. This is Imad from Oman.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
for
you.
your sharing time and all those IEA, the support and this word. I am so pleasure to you and to join today.
Thank you.
Regarding for your word peace, what I have to find the peace is different word, which is can I be like divided as word by alphabet. The B can be present, how to be present by yourself. And the E, how to be empathy for yourself and for others, and how to understand by feeling way.
Yes.
And the A, how to be acceptance, because what we have today, every person here will combine to other, which is the combine is more enemy as yourself. Before to ask what they have before you don't have. This is more important things which you are feeling as something inside enemy, and this is created by something evilly inside and will be impact for your body and yourself and what else healthy and so on. The C is would be how to be compassionate and merciful for yourself, because the compassions everybody he need to be like compassionate and merciful by himself and for others, because sometimes we are taking decision what we are observing, but we want sometimes we should be taking what behind this action is happened. This is because the decision making will be, I think, will be different taking. And this is we are missing in our all like environment and each of others. The E, how to be empowerment, how to be taking this empowerment by yourself, which is you have knowledgeable to like improve for yourself and able to grow, which is we are in the world as a humanity citizen, how to be peace and how to create this peace during your life, between your family, between your children, between your like all society and nations. This is my own I want to share. Thank you very much to take time.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. I like that acronym. Beautiful. So one of the things and one of the ways that Canada has really put as a priority is to reconcile peace with the native first people that used to live on the land. And so as part of our work as Enneagram Canada, we've developed a land acknowledgement of the original keepers of our land. So please bear with me as I read our land acknowledgement. Enneagram Canada acknowledges that we live, work, and learn on the traditional and unceded territories of the Indigenous peoples across what is now known as Canada. From coast to coast to coast, we recognize and respect the lands, waterways, and knowledge of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples who have stewarded these territories for generations. We acknowledge that Indigenous communities of these lands have long understood the importance of caring for the whole self and the importance of being in balance with the mind, body, heart, and spirit. With this in mind, we seek to be good guests and treaty partners, striving to be in right relationship by honoring the true intent of the treaties. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be speaking about peace from the perspective of a peacemaker. And part of my journey to acknowledging that I was a peacemaker, or my journey through how I felt about that word in general, is part of what I'm going to be talking about today, the 3 phases that I believe I've transitioned through to wake up. So these 3 phases are not associated with levels of awareness. I don't believe they are one and done. I don't believe that once one is finished, the next one happens. I think they are always operational. They are always places that we can learn, but they are pieces that have felt tangible to me so that I could start noticing the ways that I try and control peace around me, and are ways that I can wake up to real peace and not the fake peace that I have attempted to control in my life. So part of being a body type is that words land in my body. I experience language through my body. And so at different parts of my life, the word peace doesn't feel true. And sometimes the word peace does feel true. Sometimes it feels like I'm faking it. And sometimes it feels like it lands somewhere and it is acknowledged in my whole body. So part of my journey to waking up to the word peace and to my role with peace is I actually was very unaware for a long, long time that the things that I was doing were to create peace for myself. And so that first phase of awareness was just to say, I think I want peace. I think that I'm adverse to conflict. It was a very basic, like a little flicker of a flame that said, there's a disconnection happening. And I think that is the beauty of that first Enneagram discovery for most of us, is all of a sudden there's language and there's acknowledgement that there's a little flame inside of you that says, we're still here, we're still connected in here, and here are the ways that we can build that connection to be stronger. The next phase that I needed to go through was an acknowledgement that not only do I want peace, but I'm desperate for it. I needed to accept that I was creating a world around me that had to be peace, that had to be my interpretation of peace. It had to be calm, it had to be no fighting, it had to be we all agree. And I needed to come to a place where I saw some of the ways that I was manufacturing that environment for me to the detriment of my relationships, but ultimately to the detriment of myself. It was creating more distance from what was true about me. And then finally, the place that I have recently discovered is that none of those pieces need to go away, but when they are held and they are loved in boundless love, a new type of peace arises. And that peace is a connection to me. It is a connection to all things, and it is a connection to not needing to effort peace, that peace is already there and peace is already existing. So part of my exploration through therapy and through some of the other modalities that I've been engaged with is that I have gone back in my childhood and I've found pictures of myself. And these 3 pictures are chosen specifically because they're school pictures. They happened one year after another. And from my vantage point as the outside person viewing my pictures, I see a noticeable difference with the 3rd picture. There's something in my eyes that says, if peace can't happen, I will take myself out. I will remove myself from situations that don't feel peaceful. And I can see it when I look in my eyes in that 3rd picture, that I have resigned myself to disconnection. That is my pre-awareness stage, I think, in a lot of ways, where I'm not going to try and make peace anymore. I'm just going to preserve anything that still exists inside of me and just be interior, just keep it all interior. So I think actually what these pictures show is the reverse phases. I think that when we're born, we still believe in peace. We still have our core essence as part of us. I think at some point we figure out how am I going to make this happen if other people around me aren't making this happen? And then I think finally we resign ourselves. This must be how it must be. In a 9's case, we become very dissociative, but I think we are just an example of what we all feel internally, which is that deep disconnection from our true essence. And I really believe that some of these, when I've looked back in my life, I can see myself developing these coping strategies. And as a body type, I think I can see them in my mannerisms and on my face. So if we go through these phases a little bit slower, I would encourage you to find your own word. Maybe it is, for Enneagram 8s, maybe it's strength, that you don't even realize that what you're attempting to effort is strength. That strength actually just exists with you. Maybe for ones, it's perfectionism. You don't realize that there is already that exists around us. The completeness of the one exists around us and the ways that that gets efforted. So I would love to challenge you to find your own word or your own. Sometimes I wonder about the labels we give everybody. Should we give everybody a peacemaker label? It didn't serve me well for a long time. It kept me trapped. So I think that we all have kind of our own perspective on the language that the Enneagram offers us, and we need to use it as that. Our perspective, we use it when it works and acknowledge or investigate it when it is not working. So this first phase is this awareness that I think I have a need. I think I have a basic need or a basic want or a basic desire or maybe even a basic fear that's not being met. And I don't think that that is always the same within the same type, but we can kind of find that as our starting point to do some investigating. The second piece of this is seeing the tactics. I really believe that these fall into two categories, a passive approach to this and an active approach to this. In the case of me as a peacemaker, I have my avoidance pieces, which we all know 9s do. That's such a classic 9 situation, but I don't think that that is just 9s. I think that all of us have things that we choose not to look at in an attempt to control the things that we want to control. So in the case of 9s, that looked like being frozen. I would just freeze. I would just think, if I do nothing, maybe something will happen without me having to do it. It looks like me changing my mind a million times. It looks like me having a strong opinion and then saying, actually, you can do whatever you want. So it was these internal mechanisms where what was happening inside was not matching what was happening outside. Then I think this is, for anyone who knows a 9 well, you probably know that we're also quite active in creating peace. If you don't know a 9 well, we do it. We are decently, I wouldn't use the word manipulative. Maybe I would, maybe my friends would, I don't know. But we do on purpose things to keep our systems peaceful. So I caught myself the other day translating between two different people. I think what they meant was this. I think what they meant was this. And actively attempting to create my version of peace. Why couldn't they have sat in discomfort? Why couldn't they have translated themselves? Why couldn't they have gotten to a point where that became a fight and they had to deal with that? Why did I feel that I needed to step in and create that system for them? So I think these are the pieces. This second phase here is this piece where we acknowledge our control over our reality, that we not only want these concepts, but we so desperately need them that we've created all of these pieces to keep them safe for us. The final phase, as I already mentioned, is this expansion, where we don't lose what we've been working on, but we acknowledge it and we invite in the fact that these qualities and these beautiful pieces of us have already existed. And I know earlier there was already someone chatting briefly about the law of 7. I'm sure that, and the process Enneagram, I've been really drawn to the law of 3, specifically with this presentation, but also just in my own life. It's my way of accessing my mind energy, realizing that maybe there's 3 ways to do things instead of the right or the wrong thing that I get caught in. But for me, this feels so true with these 3 phases. When I am able to hold that I needed peace when I was younger, and I tried to create peace as one of my tactics. And when I can hold both of those together, and I don't need to say that one is wrong or one is right, but I can just acknowledge that they are what they are, a third thing arises. And it's such a beautiful thing. It is peace. It is a peace that holds all things, and it is a peace that allows all things. And it is, Erin's going to get into this in her presentation, but it is the opposite of judgmentalism. It is the opposite of deciding what is right or wrong. It envelops all things, and it includes all things. So just to wrap up my presentation here, I would love to suggest a new name for the Enneagram 9s. Rather than peacemakers, which suggests that we possibly have any control in making peace in the world or in others or ourselves. But I would like to suggest that 9s are actually peace sensors. They are sensing when there is a lack of peace. And what they are actually sensing is that they have a lack of peace from self. And so when 9s have those moments where they're like, the tension, they are feeling that from themselves. They're not feeling that out there. They've projected it out there, but they're feeling that disconnection from themselves and from their own inner peace. And my challenge to all 9s on this call and all 9s that are listening is to pause in those moments and realize that peace lives within you. So I would love to hear from you if you're a 9 and you liked or didn't like what we're talking about. And I would love to hear from any of you. My email is on the screen, but I will also include it in the chat. I would love to hear from you. So I will stop sharing. We're trying to stay on time, and I am going to pass it over to my colleague, Erin. Go for it, Erin.
Thanks, Tam. If you're into the Law of Three, I have a book recommendation for you. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but oh my God, I read it and it was very profound. Yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen. Can you guys see Shadow of the Three Intelligence Centers? Oh no, you can't yet. Can you see this? Okay. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Erin, and this presentation is about how the Enneagram relates to politics. Politics is kind of at least for me, I don't know if you guys read papers or whatever, but it's kind of come to a very high screaming pitch for me. There's a lot of angry rhetoric in the news, scary rhetoric, and I've just been very interested in how our Enneagram types relates to what's happening in the news. So I want to start off with, and I want to approach this through the idea of the three centers, the three intelligence centers. And how when we ignore the undeveloped center, the one that's hardest for us to get in touch with, we pave the way for societal imbalance and conflict. So just like we have a body, we have our brain, heart, and our gut, and we need those to be we need all three of them to be firing on all cylinders. We need them to be balanced in order for us to be in homeostasis and to be effective in the world and have healthy relationships. Just like that, the body politic, so the state, the province that you're in, the country that you're in, the city that you're in, whatever level of government is tugging at your heartstrings these days, think about that during this topic. But each state, I'll use that word generically, needs heart, and it needs the head, and it needs the gut. So it needs creative people. It needs people who care and share. It needs people who extract resources from the earth. It needs farmers who know crop cycles and understand stuff about soil. And it needs people with university degrees. And it needs people that have clear minds to direct the direction of their country, state, whatever. So the next level of that is when we ignore the bottom center of intelligence, we create a shadow. And we basically are forcing other people in society to carry it for us. And it becomes, when enough people do it, it becomes a monster, just in the rhetoric and the way we talk to each other. And there's a fight that happens kind of on the projection screen of our society that can create violence and war. So I'm going to go through each of the 9 types. So just to get through the slide, I was really pleased when I heard B. Chestnut and Uranio Pius talking about this, because there isn't that much information about politics and the Enneagram. And so they kind of broached this topic, talking about their Enneagram 2.0 podcast, which you can find on YouTube. And they talked about the shadow of the 3 centers. And I think B got that information from one of Claudio Naranjo's books. So just so you know where the source information comes from. I kind of slapped this quote by Carl Jung on my slideshow, and then the more I read it, the more I was like, oh, this really relates to the 3 centers. So the unconscious is not a demonical monster, but a natural entity which, as far as moral sense, aesthetic taste, and intellectual judgment go, is completely neutral. It only becomes dangerous when our conscious attitude to it is hopelessly wrong. To the degree that we repress it or ignore it, its danger increases and causes conflict. So just a little bit about me. I have a degree from a Bible college in intercultural studies, a degree in political science from a university, and I've been an Enneagram student since 2010. So I'm interested in how our Enneagram types relates to religion and politics. Specifically for this talk, it'll be Enneagram and politics. So according to Enneagram theory, we all have varying degrees of access to our 3 brains in our body. We've got our head brain, our center of logic, our ability to find direction and clear life guidance through our thinking function. Our heart brain, which is more emotional intelligence, our ability to read a room, our ability to kind of know what is the appropriate response to what's happening in a situation and to adjust ourselves accordingly. And then the body brain, and whenever we talk about the body brain, we always point to the gut to denote the gut instinct, the vagus nerve that sends signals up to the brain. Gut instinct is a little bit kind of the primordial alert system that tells us if something belongs or doesn't belong, or is right or is not right. And if it's not right, or if it doesn't belong, how can we build a border or a boundary to keep it out? So so there we go. So I just wanted to throw this up here. This is kind of a breakdown according to Riso Hudson. I got it from Roxanne Howe Murphy's book, Deep Coaching. So it's just, if you are a 1, the center that is most in shadow for you or that needs work, development, or attention is the mind. If you're a 2, the center that is most in shadow for you is the mind. If you're a 3, heart, etc. So I know B and Uranio don't necessarily agree with this model, but it works for me. See if it works for you. B has more, she divides it more up based on subtype. So the 3 shadows, according to Claudio Naranjo, for body types, where am I? For body types, when they leave their bottom center of intelligence undeveloped, they can go into judgmentalism and bigotry. For the heart types, when they leave their bottom center of intelligence undeveloped, they can lead to emotional manipulation. And for the head types, when they leave their bottom center of intelligence undeveloped, and can lead to intellectual arrogance. So we're going to go run through the 9 types real quick. I'm just giving examples. This isn't like universal or anything. This is just how we can fall into our respective traps. So 8s, B and Uranio talked about police force, how the police are a very 8-ish culture, organizational culture, and how they can neglect the heart and how they deal with the stress, their own personal hearts, and the hearts of the people that they're policing. In politics, 8s might demonstrate the shadow by, okay, so they're attracted to power. They respect power, and they don't like the weakness within them. And when there's a people group or a socioeconomic slice of society that carries that shadow, that, doesn't look like they're pulling up their bootstraps high enough, doesn't look like they're trying hard enough to get out of whatever, economic prison that they're in or whatever, they might carry the 8's shadow, or the 8 might project their shadow onto this group and might, because they're trying to kill that weakness within them, they might reduce civil rights of those people to kind of reduce them out of the 8's mind's eye. In politics, 9s are famous for kind of having derision for the snowflake. In North America, I don't know, you guys have this metaphor that you hear in elementary school, but our teachers would always tell us, like, every snowflake is unique and there'll never be another snowflake that falls on the earth that's exactly the same as another one. And just like snowflakes, you are all unique too, and that means that you're special. And I think it was probably a 9 that first turned that into an insult, because you've got 9s in power who got there by honoring the group and abnegating their self or pushing their own interests down or whatever. And when you get a citizen who says, I don't fit the mold, at least in the West here, like, I'm not white, male, heterosexual, Judeo-Christian, I don't fit the mold and I need special court protection just to be myself, a 9 politician or fellow citizen is going to say, I always had to be fine. I wasn't allowed to be special, so you can be fine. You're fine. Suck it up. So they might cause a culture around saying just go along with the group. 1s in shadow, 1s are out there, doing the right thing. They're being good. They're volunteering, let's say, with the homeless or in a soup kitchen, and they might get frustrated with people who aren't changing fast enough. Let's say, I know this came up for my uncle. He volunteers with a homeless, or he works with a homeless shelter, and he had frustration around, I just gave you like a bag of clothes 2 weeks ago, and here you are, and you still need clothes. Like, aren't you grateful? Like, what are you doing with the stuff? Like, so 9s or 1s might get annoyed or frustrated that people aren't using the resources as they should. So in government, a 1 might constrict the flow of support. They might put up unnecessary barriers, make people jump through unnecessary hoops. I'm not saying people shouldn't oversee, or government shouldn't oversee the use of resources, but a 1 in shadow might constrict it too much. So now we enter into the heart center, and the word that Naranjo uses is emotional manipulation. We'll go with that. I kind of want to say like manipulation of value, or theft of value. So starting with 2s here. A 2 wants people to need them, so they might create a need out of nothing, politically, or they might make their help dependent on the recipient, let's say Africa or a South American country, accepting Western-backed candidates for their elections. They might sabotage self-governance efforts in an effort to reinforce their identity as the helper. 3s in shadow. They might artificially pump up the economy by bringing in more immigrants than our infrastructure can handle in order to mask the fact that our country is in a recession. They might, in Canada, our per capita GDP, so the wealth of the nation per person, has been going downward. And so we're feeling poorer and poorer. But as population grows, all of the economic reporting is by total, right? So as long as you're pumping in enough people, the gross values go up, even though per capita we're going down. So 3 might present themselves in a certain way to gaslight us into thinking that we're richer than we are. I had to put this picture in just to explain what a 4. I'm a 4 with a 5 wing, and when I saw this woman in the news a few years ago, I was like, "Oh, you're one of me. You're one of us." This is Rachel Dolezal, and she's a white woman who pretended to be Black, and she got some benefits from being Black. She got teaching positions. She was the head of ACE something. So she was the head of a Black community organization, and she got busted by her family, who's like, "Actually, no, she's white." And I struggle. This is pretty dramatic, but I struggle with the fine line between allyship and introjection. So I get this woman, and I have some compassion for her, even though what she's doing is like colonizing and kind of, in our thirst, in our appetite for suffering, for other people's suffering, legitimate socioeconomic suffering that they can't, Black people are kept on an economic treadmill and have been for generations. And for someone to say, I want some of that suffering for myself to legitimize my own suffering, to get the attention of my parents, to receive love from my parents, that's pretty selfish. I'm pointing the finger, but not pointing. I'm holding the space for her, I guess. I don't know. But we can hyper-focus on victimhood to the point that we also become victims and we do no help. Shadow Center of Intelligence for the head now. So we're getting into the intellectual arrogance here. I work for a multi-billion-dollar finance company, and we work with high net worth individuals. And I see every day where wealth flows, and it's very kind of like attracts like. It's not the most like, you've got a source of wealth up here. It's not trickling to a variety of people groups and socioeconomic classes and genders. It's very like white male at the top. And so I'm a big believer in affirmative action, just because the richest people in Canada and the United States tend to be white males. And that's not to say that my colleagues are doing this on purpose. I think it's an unconscious thing. But to a 5, that is super offensive to say we're the government or we're, a socially accepted idea that you can't trust yourself to be objective. 8s are the paragon in their minds of objectivity, or sorry, 5s are the paragon of objectivity in their minds. And in that mirage of objectivity, they think they can tell who has merit, who deserves a job, who deserves to get into a university or whatever. And I think unless we study the cultural layer that Carl Jung talked about and the cultural complexes that happen, and until we study our own personal Enneagram biases, we're not aware of our unconscious biases. 6 is kind of the opposite. They, instead of being intellectually arrogant about what they know, they kind of have derision for people who think they know. Like, where do you get that confidence? We can't know everything. So 6s identify as the underdog. And so in policy, government, whatever, they might find people who are intellectual or whatever, underdogs in some way to reinforce that story that they are the underdog. So there might be a college of physicians that has 20,000 physicians or whatever, and then there's 100 or let's say 15 who disagree and who have been kicked out of the college. A sixth politician might, in shadow, might pay overly attention to the people that have been kicked out or whatever, disciplined, because they go towards the underdog by virtue of them being the underdog. So you have a story just like mine. I feel like an outsider as well to power. I have an interest in keeping myself low so I don't get attacked as a leader. So I'm going to reinforce that identity by bringing on other underdogs. And then finally for sevens, okay, so intellectual arrogance. Sevens want to think positively. They surround themselves with people who think positively. They, so I'm also a student of astrology, and we talk a lot about fate versus free will. And sevens overbelieve in free will because there's this idea that if I just think positively, I can change what's happening in my environment. And the reason why you're stuck in debt, or the reason why you're stuck in poverty, or the reason why you might have a health problem is because you think like your thoughts are too negative and you need to change your thought system to be more like mine. So they can kind of create like a club where they surround themselves with people who have made it, and they attribute that making it to their positive thinking instead of maybe deeper systems that have elevated them to wherever they are, systemic layers of socioeconomics. So that's my quick run through of the 9 types in politics. I just wanted to bring this back to Carl Jung. He also, I know that there's kind of a strain within the Enneagram community of, I'm just healing myself. I'm just here to heal my parental wounds, my mother, father wounds, or whatever. But I really make the case that our shadows get translated into societal issues, and they grow into social phenomena that need to get called back and integrated back into ourselves. And we, as an Enneagram community who have access to this beautiful, precise, incisive tool, the Enneagram, I think it behooves us to do the work, to get in touch with our lowest center of intelligence, to find the balance within ourselves so that we can call back the anger and the monsters out there that are threatening to cause World War III. So Carl Jung wrote quite a bit about war. He was kind of at the height of his career during World War II. He studied Europeans who were having dreams that led up to the war, World War II. And yeah, he said, one of his colleagues asked him, do you think we can avoid World War III? And he said, I mean, humans, we are our own worst enemy, but if we can call back the shadow, then we can avoid World War III. So with that, I'm going to, and just to say that when we're in balance, we can have democracy and we can have economic growth, and we can have like value, like increase in value, and ultimately peace. So I'm gonna throw it back to Tamara.
Well,
thank you, Erin. Thank you, Talia. We were going to end with another moment to spend together, but if you want to keep us moving, we are welcome to throw back to you.
Okay, do you want to do that exercise?
Yeah, sure. If we have time for that, I would love to invite each of us to spend a moment breathing into each of our centers. So if you're comfortable, please feel free to close your eyes, and I'd invite you to spend The next few moments, I'll cue you for each of them, but spend a moment breathing specifically into your gut and feeling that center coming alive with your breath. I would invite you now to breathe specifically into your heart. So take a few breaths breathing into your heart space. I would invite you now to think about your mind space, your head space, and spend some breaths focused there. And finally, for our longest section, I would ask you to feel your breath touching all three centers. And as you begin to open your eyes, I would invite you to do as we did at the beginning. Add a word or a phrase in the chat on how you're feeling in this moment before we move on. So add anything to the chat, a word or a phrase to represent your current state of being. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Talia, for your arrangements around this. We really appreciate being involved in the day, and we look forward to more IEA global events.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tam and Erin, for your content, your sharings. I truly believe that, like the way we, I don't know how to say it, like get in this network and share in this network should be in these two types of transmission. One from a very personal and very, like, I don't know how to say it, very intimate information. And from the other side, things that are more not as personal, but, like complement about visibility of the full Enneagram and the full energy. So this combination, this balance was perfect for this space. So I really want to thank you. Of course, in the second part, getting to the shadow, getting to the very things that, oh, how much bother us about our egos, our personalities, are sometimes difficult to navigate, but very useful and very I don't know how to say it, very important to take in count that we are working on that to become the humans we need to be for us and for others too. So thank you again for all the things you have shared. Now we are moving, so we are on time. We are on time now. I'm so glad that
Thank you.
you know that we just landed in this moment and just quickly, we are going to be still talking in English, even though we are moving to the south part of our continent. We are starting the presentations of our South American affiliates. We are still sustaining the English language for the next half an hour. And for the people, after that, we are moving to Spanish. So I'm going to change a little bit to Spanish just for the people that are here. Hola a todos, gracias por estar aquí. Las personas que hablan español, solo recordarles que si quieren escuchar aún la siguiente presentación va a ser en inglés. Si quieren escuchar la traducción, tienen que ir abajo en la barra de elementos y hacer clic en donde dice interpretación y después elegir el canal español para poder escucharlo de esa manera. I'm moving back to English now, and just briefly, I want to say that we will have our big global conference as IA Global in Minneapolis this year. So if someone wants to, I'm going to put in the chat the link for the page, the landing page of the event. We will have a virtual conference with great speakers too. So if you want to have more information, you will have it there. So I'm going to welcome our next speaker. As I've said, we are moving to the south part of America. She's from Uruguay. She's representing today this affiliate. Oh, here she is. Thank you so much, Mati.
Hello.
Hi, Silvana.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Everybody. Hello.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien. So she's part of the Uruguay affiliate, and she will give us a talk about how Enneagram and peace have a really strong fit, as we have been hearing the whole day. But this is like the confirmation that we are just hitting the spot, the very, very sweet spot that we have with this amazing tool in our hands, in our hearts. So Silvana, please give us your speech, give us the inspiration. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen? I just shared. Yes?
Yes,
okay.
we can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I mean, we have been here for like 7.5 hours, right? Or something like this. So it's been a long time, and we have heard lots of presentations, lots of concepts, a lot of talk around freedom. The last one, especially emotional. And I would like to thank everybody for these presentations, especially because we are a brand new affiliate. We just became a part of IA about a few months ago, less than a year ago. As you know, Uruguay is a very small country in South America, and for us it's very important. We have 3.5 million people and already 70 members. So we are proud to be part of this family as from now. We've heard a lot about peace in terms of peace as not just as the opposite of violence, but also as a sign of acceptance, of equanimity, of harmony. And we have all thought about what it means for the Enneagram, for what it means for us as individuals, and what it means for societies and groups and for the collective. So when I thought about preparing this presentation, I said, how can I link my country, my small country, to the fact that we have to talk about peace and the Enneagram? So then I said, well, let's try to ask people what they know about Uruguay and if they have any reference to what Uruguay means in terms of peace. So feel free to write it in the chat or to tell me what you think. I will wait. You can write in English or in Spanish. And okay. Okay, welcome. So are you seeing my presentation? Yes, right?
Yes,
for some reason, I don't.
Yes, I can see the first slide, but I don't know if you change it.
This is not the first slide.
Okay, so we are seeing like
I see myself talking, and this is not the first slide.
Okay.
So I don't know if I should probably eliminate it. I will try to share it.
Exactly. Can you share again? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to try to share again. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes. At least I can see like the portrait of the presentation.
Do you see the title
yes,
now?
Now it's moving. Now it's moving. Yes,
great.
thank you.
Maybe because people were writing. So what is it that you know then about Uruguay as a country or as a society or as a people? Okay, I'm trying to read at the same time. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for these comments. And today I will be talking about how to find peace in turbulent times. And just Erin was talking about astrology now, and I have worked into the combination of what I have called the Enneagram, that is a combination of the Enneagram and the natal chart. And turbulent times are ahead. So it is interesting for us to discover how we can contribute, right, as an affiliate, as Enneagram professionals to this, right? So this is our affiliate. And I was asking you what you know about Uruguay as a country and how it has contributed to peace in the world. I will tell you a little bit about it, and then probably you can recognize it, right? A little bit of history. As you probably know, Uruguay is a small country between Argentina and Brazil, and it was conceived with the purpose of peace in mind, right? Because it was between two big countries that were usually at war or having different types of conflicts. It was created around a history of independence and non-intervention. It was created by the British to stop these wars between the Spanish and the Portuguese that was fighting for this land. Originally, Uruguay was a part of Argentina, so then it was decided that it was going to become an independent country just to promote peace and understanding in the region. That meant that it was created with a tradition of dialogue, and it had the purpose of creating these stops of the wars. It became the administrative headquarters for most of the organizations, for the treaties, for the general agreements. So it was conceived as a symbol of peace for the region, for the South American region. And as you know probably as well, Uruguay was one of the first countries to start the peacekeeping missions. It's the country that has the highest per capita number of contingents in the world. It had 3.5 million people, and it has a lot of contingents. It was the country to originally also create the Corps Peace, and it has a university for peace where all the UN peacekeeping operations come and study, and where civilians and the contingents study and work together. So it has had a history of peace as well as Costa Rica, actually. I already mentioned this tradition of middle ground. also a strong tradition, democratic tradition and political stability. Progressive policies, you probably know that Uruguay adopted same-gender marriage and same-gender adoption in 2013. It was the first country in Latin America to accept divorce. And a lot of different socially progressive policies that were the ones that led to Uruguay being recognized as a beacon of stability and the stop of peace, right? Peace, as I mentioned earlier, as this part of the world in which the controversy has a place for dialogue and cooperation, right? So if you didn't know about this probably now you know it through this character, that he used to be our president. He died recently. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. He was awarded the poorest president in the world. And that has added a little bit to the legend or to the myth of Uruguay being a country that promotes peace. So far, tell me on the chat or just raise your hand and tell me what you think about this. If this is something that you already knew, that you didn't know, that if you have something to add to what I just said, because there are people from all over the world here, and it would be interesting to know what you think. Yeah. You can write in Spanish, of course. Okay. Yeah, some people are writing about the different places. Colonia del Sacramento, Punta del Este. Yeah, actually, I live in a small beach town near Punta del Este. Yeah. So some people were saying that they didn't know if you have something to add, if you would like to say anything. Yeah. Yeah, some people are talking about the secularity of Uruguay. Uruguay has been a secular country since birth, since conception. And the purpose of being secular is also that one, that because it was created as a place of non-confrontation, it was supposed to be secular almost from the beginning, right? Okay, yeah. It's expensive, though. There are good things, but it's expensive. So I read what you're saying. Thank you very much for all of these comments. Lots of comments. Yeah, many beaches and beautiful places to visit. But importantly for us, it's important to say that it was created with a purpose of peace. It was created in order to create an area for peace in the region. So peace, it is a state of mind. It is a state of harmony. It is a state of justice, acceptance, equanimity, but it is also a geographical location. Some places are conceived for the purpose of being an area for peace because of economic and political necessity, right? Because it's what has been happening in the world. Somebody had raised their hand. Yes, you can just open your mic. I saw your hand, but then I lost you. There are too many of you. Well, if you want to raise your hand again, just let me know.
Yeah. How are you, Sylvia?
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Nice to talk with you.
Hi.
Can you please repeat it again for that slide? I have some point.
Here?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it about this diagram to sharing about those information. But the most, I think, need to add some point, in my opinion, if you are acceptable, is most important how to be understand cultures. Cultures is more important things, which is not linking with traditional, which is different cultures, and the most thing even place. Plus, often the communication, how to communicate with the other to understand how they are thinking, to understand how can be believed, and how can to understand to be behaviors. This is too common. Is more important if you are adding this diagram. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. And you're totally right. The importance of culture and the importance of the social acceptance of others, right? The social acceptance of the collectives, right? Yes, as I was saying, Uruguay was formed almost fully by immigrants. So it was a country that was created in order to host others that were of very different origins. So the importance of culture, of course, in a small country, it's a lot easier to keep the culture than in bigger countries, but it was conceived as that from the very beginning, right? It didn't have the stature of country. Also, in terms of happiness, right? Uruguay has the highest happiness index in Latin America. As you can see, this is this very small country, green country there in the south at the end of the world, like almost like Canada. And you can see that the happiness index is high. The happiness index has to do with a lot of things. It has to do with per capita income. It has to do with the levels of education and health, with life expectancy, but it has to do with charities. And incredibly enough, Uruguay has been in the Americas rated as the most generous country. Generous means the country that has the highest number of donations a year, right? So solidarity seems to be a value as well. So I thought it was important for you to share these things about my country, because today is a day in which we're talking about peace, in which we are having this conversation about peace. And it's important to get to know each other and to share what we know and we don't know about each other, to continue to create this community. There are people that know a lot about the Enneagrams, others that don't. So it has to be a conversation for everyone. So if you just want to make a comment, just go ahead and make it. So then I thought about the country. I said, okay, we have this country that was created for peace, where peace, non-confrontation, and negotiation is supposed to be a value. This is a country that promotes mediation, actually, in most international conflicts. But then I started to think of the qualities that promote peace. And I came with a lot of qualities. I'm going to share some of these qualities with you, and you're going to tell me if you agree with these qualities, if you think that these qualities actually reflect what we can consider as peace, understanding peace as this state of harmony, acceptance, stability, equanimity. And for those who are listening to this presentation in Spanish, I can read them in Spanish. These qualities could be sensibilidad, autenticidad, creación de significado, apoyo y cuidado, amor incondicional, comprensión objetiva, perspectiva calma, resolver los conflictos en forma eficiente, empatía, conexión, perspectivas lógicas, valores, seguridad, compasión, a lot of different types of qualities. So maybe you can start to write in the chat, or to just raise your hand and tell me what you think. Do you see any connection between these qualities that came to me and the Enneagram that is our topic today? Just feel free to open the mic and tell me what you think. You can write in Spanish, of course. So tell me if you see any relationship between these qualities that came to my mind and the Enneagram.
Yes, Sylvia, I will share with you about those value. It's actually the value about how can any person he can add it in his like on his practice as inside or outside. It's related how to be coming inside and how to be giving this value to a grow, to give you like more things, because you start from your heart, you start from your mind, and you start by your belief and you are emotionally how to be linking. Those value can be inside, which is can be affected by even for the physical things. I think some of these is acceptable. In my opinion, is acceptable in general, because all value we need it to be accepted and to practice, and how to behave about this is depend about every person, how can behave in his socials and how can be impact his environment, that be how to be or how to the way he can be dealing with others, that is coming above this value. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're totally right. It has to do with the probably all the amalgam, all the connection, all the synergy of all of these qualities that work together with the Enneagram. Actually, here you have others, and you can see that we have a lot more that I have not mentioned before. And somehow, to a certain extent, most of them have to do with the creation of peace, right? Exactly. Thomas is writing, right? That the Enneagram is a way to seek knowledge and to be able to share how to be on a growth path. And this is exactly it. How can we put them all together to create this collective mind that can help us to think from a peace perspective? Understanding that peace is not the absence of violence, that is a state of mind, as Ilana said this morning, that I thought was very useful. Imad, your hand is raised. Imad, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I want to comparing with, can I add value a little bit to words?
Yes.
Where is the every person he can be conflict between what his belief and what's the value he will be accept, because the belief is coming by inner child sometime. Where is he grow? That is my opinion. And the value he can be acceptable with outside. How the social can be dealing. This is more important things, because that's you are inherit in inner child, whereas you are grow up, you have some belief is in different way. You are like born where you are like you have relationships with others. This is we need to be combined with others, because in inner child we need to be figures those belief to be suitable with your like your grow with you are reflect about what you are feeling or what you are impacting outside. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Totally. And it has to do also with how this network is created, right, from birth, and what it is understood, and if all of these values are included. The thing is that my original question had been how to connect this to the Enneagram. And were you able to connect any of these values that I just put here, this slide or the previous slide, with the Enneagram itself? Have you been able to make a connection? For example, let's move on to the next one. And you're going to tell me if you connect these qualities to the Enneagram specifically in any way. Do you identify them with any of the Enneatypes, any of the attributes, any of the centers, any of the wings, the growth path? Again. So can you identify 2? Somebody's saying 2. 9, 2, 9, 7. Okay. So then what about these other 2? I will put just one, this one. Sensibilidad, autenticidad, presencia de significado, compasión, aceptación de la individualidad y valores profundos. 4. Okay, Tony, 4. 4. 4. What about this one? Soluciones pragmáticas, resolver conflictos en forma eficiente, acción colaborativa que inspira, sistemas armónicos. What do you think? 6? Okay. I try to organize them, the qualities. I say, we have all of these qualities. Let's organize them by type. And then these are the types and these are the qualities connected to the types somehow. So if you have these evolved types, you could have these qualities that promote peace. So this is the heart center. And if you have all of these qualities together from the heart center, you have a very significant part of the peace perspective already set up for you. So what about these ones? What would you say? Just write it in the chat. Comprensión objetiva, perspectiva calma, conocimiento, identificación de las causas básicas del conflicto, perspectivas lógicas, conocimiento profundo. 5. So everybody had this 5. Then we have here seguridad, confianza, defensa, la construcción de estructuras confiables, anticipación de problemas, motivación de los marginalizados. 1, okay, 1, 6. Okay. And this last one, what would you say? Inclusividad, evitar conflictos innecesarios, difusión de la atención con optimismo, encontrar una base común. 7, we have several 7s here. And again, we have the types that have been associated with the different qualities. And of course, they are the head center here. So again, we have a second perspective of the concept of peace from the qualities that promote peace, that somehow, of course, all the Enneagram types provide. And let's move on to the last center. So what would you say about this one? We have justicia, protección, acción decisiva, honestidad, desafío de la opresión, diálogo honesto, 8, 8, 8, 8, lots of 8s. And then we have here, what would you say about these qualities? Comprensión, unidad, calma, mediación efectiva, solución de diferencias, promoción de la estabilidad y la calma. 9s, lots of 9s. And then integridad, defender la justicia. Temas sistémicos, perspectiva moral. 1, lots of different ones. So again, we have the last center. We have the body center. Again, the third perspective, the third leg. So we have all of these qualities. All of this, imagine how much we have to contribute to peace from the Enneagram perspective. So if we think of all of these qualities, imagine if we could find a way to integrate all of these qualities, right? And then the next question is, how can we promote these qualities now that we have become aware of them, that we have defined peace, that we have talked about peace all day today? How can we promote them? So can you suggest anything? Would you like to tell me anything about how to promote these qualities everywhere, right? As individuals, in our relationship with others, as groups, as schools, as organizations, as societies, as Enneagram providers. How can we promote these qualities? Okay, promoting the Enneagram in society, somebody says here. Okay, but how can we do that? Because we're always sharing the Enneagram somehow theoretically, but then how can we do it in practice? How can we bring it to life, to our everyday lives? We know that we're living turbulent times. And as I told you earlier, from the astrological perspective, we are in the beginning of sharing complicated times. Times of division, times of boundaries, times of conflict in the most basic way. So it is probably a moment for each one of us to try to promote them effectively in practice, right? Some people are saying education, to live in peace, to be a source of love. I'm trying to read the chat in Spanish. To get to know each other more, of course. And I wrote a couple of suggestions here. For example, promoting self-awareness. Who am I? What are my coping mechanisms? How can I improve? How do I react to conflict? How can I promote peace myself? The second would be understanding how myself and others manage conflict. What are their coping mechanisms? What can I do with that, right? Understanding our own growth path, and the path of others. So we can decide when to work together. We don't need to work together the whole time, but we can work together sometimes. So let's choose what part of the path we're going to walk together. And this is already enough, and it's a lot to create inclusive cultures, groups, teams, and organizations, to have a little bit of everyone, as we have a little bit of the Enneagram in most of these. Okay, lots of comments. Thank you for all of these comments. Yeah. So how do the different Enneagram types react to stress? How does our part of that Enneagram part react to stress? And what is stress? And is stress the opposite of peace? Again, right? Yeah, lots of interesting comments. Just feel free to raise your hand and tell me what you think, right? It's a moment to integrate. It's a moment to put it all together, to see what we can do to start doing something, right? We are going to need this flexibility in times of uncertainty. And the last is this. I work with this, that is the Enneagram, that is a combination of the Enneagram and the natal chart. And knowing that what is coming is a little bit difficult, and it will require all of these qualities from all of the different types to work together in ourselves, and we as agents to promote this in others. It's important that we start realizing that we have a role to play in something very little that we can do every day, and not just to hope not to have conflict, not to idealize peace either, right? What number is Aries? Okay, not just to idealize peace and say we all want to have this peaceful world that we know we're not having, right? More like the question would be, what can we do with the situation we have, with the conflicts that are coming through, with, and around the Enneagram? That would be my question that I would like to leave for you, right? And I would like to respect the time. I can open the floor for questions. Again, I try to combine the Enneagram and all the qualities that I just mentioned with my country and with the concept of peace that we were asked to discuss today. And this is my code. You can scan it. And I just open the door for questions if you have them, or for anything that you would like to share in any of both languages, English or Spanish. Feel free. We're at the end of the day. We're tired. We talked about peace a lot, so it's time to share.
Thank you, Silvana. Thank you so much. Regarding of time, I want to ask anyone if they have a question for you to put it in the chat as in other presentations, and the community, the people that are here with us have already your contact, because it's really interesting what do you do with the Enneagram and astrology. And of course, I want to like put it up front that these qualities that we can find in each of the energies or the archetypes of the Enneagram, it's really relevant for this community and for the people that is interested in the Enneagram, to know that we are celebrating this big map, this tool, this space that is, that contains the full human experience. And the people like me, and maybe many of you that have or that are in the journey with the Enneagram, we know that we can find there the full human spectrum, right? So Silvana, again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to have the voice from Uruguay, one of our newest, as you said, affiliates. We are
Yeah.
so glad, so happy to have you here in the community. And we are moving a little bit north north in the continent with the next presenter. So I welcome Beatriz and Germán from Colombia, and I want our interpreters to be ready to change to Spanish. I want our audience to be ready to change to Spanish too, because we are going to end our last hour this of the event, Spanish language. So as we said, when Spain present, all the English speakers, don't go. You can click the interpretation button and start listening now the translation into English. But please take in mind that we don't have time to change channels in the Zoom, so you have to choose the Spanish too. So you are going to hear in English, but the option you have to choose is Spanish in the interpretation channel or in the interpretation button down your screen. So let's start with Colombia. I'm so happy, Beatriz and Germán, to have you here. Now I'm switching to Spanish. Bienvenidos. Muchas gracias, Beatriz y Germán, por estar aquí con nosotros este día. Y bueno, ¿qué decirles? Yo estoy súper contenta de saber que el eneagrama tiene esta capacidad de expandirse, ¿no? A veces yo digo que no somos nosotros expandiendo el eneagrama, es el eneagrama expandiéndose a través de nosotros. Para mí, una visión muy bella, ¿no? Como a veces somos también canal para cosas tan importantes y tan bellas, ¿no? Y celebrándolo hoy con ustedes. Beatriz, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, Talía, ¿cómo estás? Un abrazo muy grande para ti, para todos los amigos aquí desde Colombia. Les enviamos un abrazo fraterno y bueno, enviándoles este saludo desde Latinoamérica para todo el mundo. Qué gusto poder que sigan aquí conectados después de varias horas y que nos sigan acompañando desde el otro lado también, varios compartiendo con nosotros, ¿no? Bueno, para presentar a Germán, quiero dar una breve introducción señalando que nosotros en Colombia llevamos décadas viviendo un conflicto armado, así que creo que somos un pueblo que ha vivido muchísimo el dolor de no tener la paz y somos grandes anhelantes de la paz. Por eso me parece importante el tema que Germán va a presentar hoy, este trabajo desde el personaje hacia la esencia y también hablándonos de la importancia de cómo se construye la paz primero desde nosotros para poderla construir en nuestra sociedad. Yo quiero contarles aquí que Germán es miembro de la Asociación Colombiana de Enneagrama, afiliada de la Asociación Internacional. Y él es un arquitecto constructor que pasó a construir programas de formación y a desarrollar a través de su marca Humanizarte todo el trabajo con Enneagrama y el trabajo en el desarrollo humano. Germán lleva muchos años trabajando con nosotros a través del Enneagrama, inicialmente desde la primera afiliada que hubo en Colombia hace ya cerca del año 2000 y actualmente es de los miembros pues que refundaron la afiliada en el 2018, así que es una persona que ha compartido a través de la asociación de forma permanente. Yo no quiero quitarte más tiempo, Germán, darte un abrazo de bienvenida y agradecer el que estés aquí compartiendo con nosotros este tema tan bonito y tan importante para todo el pueblo colombiano y para el mundo. Gracias.
Bienvenido, Germán.
Gracias, Talía. Gracias, Beatriz. Buenas tardes a todos. Es un honor para mí estar aquí con ustedes en este Día Mundial del Enneagrama. Gracias por atender este llamado. El mundo actual vive un estado de no paz, marcado por el conflicto armado, la desconexión interior y violencia estructural. Como facilitadores de Enneagrama no podemos permanecer indiferentes. Como todos sabemos, esta sabiduría milenaria, más que un modelo de tipología, es una cartografía para retornar a la paz esencial. Desde la visión integral que propongo con Humanizarte, exploramos cómo el enneagrama vivido en primera persona puede sanar la fractura entre paz interior y paz colectiva. No hay camino para la paz es el camino. Gandhi unió la paz interior con la acción no violenta como método para la transformación social. Una enseñanza que se complementa con el enneagrama al ofrecer autoconocimiento profundo que permite actuar desde la coherencia interior y evitar la violencia generada por reacciones del ego. Así, el enneagrama fomenta la armonía interna que se refleja en conductas externas de no violencia activa, haciendo que la fuerza de la verdad sea una expresión auténtica del ser y una vida concreta hacia la paz duradera. La paz como búsqueda universal. Desde tiempos ancestrales, la humanidad ha buscado la paz como un estado de equilibrio y armonía con los demás, con la naturaleza, con el entorno, con todos los seres vivos, con uno mismo. En muchas culturas originarias esto se expresó como el buen vivir o el espíritu del Ubuntu. En tradiciones como el Tao, el Dharma o el Evangelio, la paz se entendía como un fruto de vivir alineados con un orden superior. Más allá de acuerdos políticos, de firmar alianzas de paz, la verdadera paz requiere sanación profunda. Y si alguien sabe de esto, somos los colombianos, quienes desarrollamos un modelo de paz plasmada en un acuerdo que es admirado por muchos países del mundo, pero seguimos lejos de tan anhelada paz. ¿Por qué? Porque no hemos logrado, como individuos y como pueblo, la sanación profunda que se requiere para encontrar esa paz. No es solo suficiente, no basta con silenciar los conflictos externos. Es necesario también reconciliarnos con la historia personal, con las heridas y por ende con nuestra propia esencia. Desde las enseñanzas del maestro Geraldo Smelding y su magia del amor, la paz auténtica solo es posible cuando dejamos de vivir desde ese personaje que hemos creado, desde nuestra personalidad, desde nuestro eneatipo, desde esa máscara. Ese ego herido que distorsiona nuestra mirada nos impide abrirnos al amor consciente. Volver a la esencia es volver al corazón, donde habita la paz verdadera. El enneagrama en este camino actúa como un mapa revelador. Nos muestra las máscaras que usamos, que son varias, los patrones que nos atrapan, esas estrategias que construimos desde la niñez, que nos fue útil, nos salvó inclusive. Debemos honrarlo. Pero también eso generó que perdiéramos la coherencia interior. Pensamos una cosa, hacemos otra y expresamos otra. El enneagrama nos invita a reconocer y, muy importante, aceptar a ese personaje que hemos creado que sabotea nuestra serenidad. Honrarlo, sí, por supuesto, pero a la vez trascenderlo. Según Smelling, ese personaje, esa máscara, esa personalidad, traiciona 3 principios fundamentales. ¿Cuáles son ellos? Primero, la paz conmigo mismo, lo que nos lleva a rechazar el cuerpo, la historia o las emociones. Segundo, la paz con los demás, al proyectar juicios y querer modificar, cambiar y controlar a los demás. Y tercero, la paz con la vida, al resistir lo que ella es y negar el orden superior. Sanar entonces es recordar quiénes somos realmente, reconectarnos con nuestra verdadera esencia de origen divino, una expresión única del amor esencial. Solo desde ese lugar, desde ahí, puede nacer una paz profunda, duradera y transformadora. Existe una tensión entre la paz interior y la paz social. Nelson Mandela promovió una paz que integraba el perdón y la reconciliación interior con la justicia y reconstrucción social. Un enfoque que, si lo miramos con cuidado y juicio y admiración, encuentra un complemento en el Enneagrama, pues esto ayuda a identificar y sanar las heridas internas, como el orgullo, el miedo, la rabia, que dificulta el perdón, o mejor, una reconciliación auténtica. De este modo, cuando logramos tomar conciencia de nuestros patrones y el origen de esos patrones de esta estrategia, podemos cultivar el verdadero perdón y actuar con una ética coherente que favorezca la paz social y una reconciliación genuina. Paz en crisis, sanar el sistema, sanar el alma. Las constelaciones familiares de Bert Hellinger revelaron cómo la paz interior está condicionada por las dinámicas inconscientes familiares y sistémicas. Una perspectiva que el Enneagrama complementa al identificar patrones de personalidad en nuestra pauta infantil, patrones muchas veces heredados y condicionados por ese sistema familiar, por esa estructura familiar. Cuando se logran integrar ambas sabidurías, se posibilita la identificación y por ende la liberación de bloqueos emocionales y sistémicos que son necesarios para poder encontrar el camino para hacer una sanación profunda. Por ende, poder encontrar armonía en las relaciones y en consecuencia a una paz que sea realmente estable y duradera. Del personaje a la esencia, un viaje hacia la paz verdadera. El sufismo de Hazrat Inayat Khan enseña que la paz surge de la observación serena y la entrega a la voluntad divina. Un estado que trasciende el ego y sus conflictos. Muchas veces a través del trabajo con el enneagrama encontramos la motivación para iniciar un camino de desarrollo personal, pero nos quedamos en él. No trascendemos al siguiente paso, que es la transformación personal. Porque en la motivación pasa, pero la inspiración, si es origen divino, marcará la diferencia. Y en este momento debo decir algo que debí haber dicho desde el principio, ¿no? Tal vez por el nerviosismo de tener el honor de representar a mi asociación aquí y delante de tantos maestros del enneagrama, no les dije que no me creyeran nada de lo que les estoy diciendo. Verifíquenlo. No se trata de que ustedes cambien sus ideas por las mías. Verifíquenlo. Verifiquen si cuando encuentro una inspiración divina, algo superior a mi propio yo, un anhelo superior a mi propio ego, entonces el enneagrama proporcionará una mirada consciente hacia esos condicionamientos del yo, sin identificarnos con ellos, lo que nos lleva inevitablemente a la desidentificación con nuestro eneatipo, con nuestra personalidad, con nuestra máscara. Una de las grandes dificultades y limitaciones que hemos tenido con el enneagrama es que nos quedamos en la identificación, en la descripción detallada, pormenorizada y abrumadoramente, no sé cuál sería el término, en Colombia diríamos descrestadora, o sea, nos deslumbra la definición que el enneagrama nos da de las características de sombra de nuestro eneatipo. Pero el trabajo no queda ahí. Debemos trascender ese trabajo a través de la desidentificación y poder ir hacia la luz que realmente somos. De esta manera, entonces el enneagrama facilita el desapego y la conciencia plena que el sufismo señala como esenciales para cultivar un observador pacífico, capaz de aceptar la realidad y así alcanzar la paz interior. Desde el ser esencial hacia una sociedad en paz. El enneagrama es una herramienta integradora que conecta profundamente con grandes tradiciones y enseñanzas. No es la panacea. Que no nos deslumbre la precisión y perfección de la descripción de las características de comportamiento de ese personaje. Que no nos llenemos de soberbia, de vanagloria, de orgullo, de ego. Aquí entre nos, dicen algunos que en el mundo del enneagrama es donde más egos hay. No debería ser así, ¿no les parece? En el momento en que logramos integrar al enneagrama de una manera profunda, con grandes tradiciones y enseñanzas, porque todas ellas buscan liberar al ser humano del sufrimiento generado por el ego, las heridas y las falsas identificaciones. Desde el autoconocimiento y la transformación personal. Ojo con esto. No nos quedemos en el autoconocimiento. No nos quedemos en el desarrollo personal. Vamos más allá. Vamos a la transformación. Sin importar que aquel que solamente quiera trabajar el desarrollo personal, el enneagrama está ahí como una sabiduría que se convierte en una herramienta poderosa para tal fin. Pero quien quiera adelantar, que quiera seguir, que es realmente el camino, pasa al siguiente nivel, que es la transformación personal. Son dos cosas muy diferentes. Y el enneagrama nos ofrece eso. Y cuando nosotros llegamos a esa transformación personal, podemos avanzar hacia la esencia, hacia una verdadera paz interior. Y desde allí proyectar una transformación auténtica a esta sociedad. Quiero, para terminar, invitarlos a que por unos minutos cierren sus ojos. Y voy a invitarlos a que hagamos una pequeña visualización, una corta visualización. Van a poner atención a su respiración. Y se van a regalar unos minutos de común unión. Si te es posible, lleva tu mano a tu pecho. Haz 3 respiraciones profundas. Inhala, exhala. Una vez más, inhala y suelta. Inhala y suelta. Por unos cortos minutos, trae a tu conciencia tu estructura de personalidad, tu máscara, tu personaje que te ha acompañado durante tanto tiempo. Reconócelo, hónralo y agradécele. No lo traigas para juzgarlo, para agradecerle. Ha sido tu forma de protegerte, de buscar amor, de sobrevivir. Observa tus patrones, o mejor, observa sus patrones, no eres tú. ¿Cómo intenta controlar el mundo? ¿Qué miedo fundamental lo habita? ¿Qué anhelo persigue? Respira y permite que esas máscaras caigan suavemente por un momento. En este momento no necesitas defenderte. Solo imagina que detrás del personaje emerge tu esencia. Esa parte tuya que no necesita demostrar nada. Tu luz sin esfuerzo alguno. Tu alma en quietud. Pregúntate en silencio, ¿cómo sería vivir en paz? Si ya no necesito ser quien he creído que debía ser. ¿Cómo sería si pudiera vivir desde el amor, no desde la defensa? Ahora, conecta con una palabra que para ti represente la paz. Solo una palabra. Guárdala en tu corazón. Respira con ella. Haz un compromiso interno. Llevar esa palabra como una brújula para tu vida cotidiana. Y cuando estés listos, puedes volver lentamente a tu propio ritmo a abrir tus ojos. Y si lo deseas, puedes escribir esa palabra en el chat o en tu libreta o cuaderno donde estés. Muy bien. Para finalizar, para ser portadores de paz, debemos cultivar la paz en nuestro propio corazón y actuar desde ella para transformar nuestras relaciones y comunidades. Comunidad. Que nuestra presencia y acciones sean reflejo de esa paz que nace de la esencia. Mil gracias por escucharme. No sé
Muchísimas
si hay
gracias.
alguna pregunta, si tenemos tiempo para alguna pregunta.
Gracias, Germán, mil gracias. Igual y también dejamos abierto el espacio del chat por si hay alguna pregunta que tú puedas contestarla ahí. Nos dicen por acá, mil gracias, Germán, hermoso, profundo, mucha sabiduría, como siempre, Germán, maravilloso. Eh, Te agradecemos mucho este espacio. Yo creo que vamos aterrizando, ¿no? Vamos aterrizando en un territorio tan importante de lo humano, que es el territorio espiritual, ¿no? Cuando hablamos de paz, no podemos desvincular nuestra esencia, nuestro cuerpo espiritual, que como bien decía Víctor Frank, es el único que nunca enferma, ¿no? Apelamos a nuestro espíritu, a nuestra capacidad espiritual humana para encontrar ese camino de sanación, para encontrar ese camino a la paz. Me gustó muchísimo lo que nos has explicado porque no solo son palabras, no solo es conocimiento, es también una energía, es también una energía que si le damos permiso nos habita.
Mira, yo quiero agradecer profundamente primero a mi asociación, a Beatriz, nuestra presidenta, por haberme dado la oportunidad de representarlos en este maravilloso evento, y a ustedes, de los de la IA, por haber escogido este tema en el Día Mundial del Enneagrama, porque realmente tenemos una responsabilidad muy grande. El que tenemos la fortuna de acceder a esta información que tiene pocos años y poder manejarla con ética, con amor y con una visión integradora de todo lo que es la sabiduría del ser humano, es lo que puede marcar la diferencia para que pongamos nuestro granito de arena en este mundo que tanto lo necesita. Y sea la oportunidad para recordar lo que decía Gurdjieff, de las virtudes esenciales del ser, que no son otra cosa que la paz, el amor y la esperanza. Mil gracias
Totalmente.
y un saludo amoroso para todos ustedes. Que Dios los bendiga.
Muchas gracias, Germán, también Beatriz que estuvo por acá, gracias a Colombia, presente en este espacio. Y nos movemos casi al final, de hecho ya al final. Este ha sido un maratón intenso. Yo he estado conectada las últimas 8 horas y media escuchando cada palabra y me emociona muchísimo eh, saber que hay comunidad, ¿no? Me emociona muchísimo saber que estamos el uno para el otro y que en este camino no estamos solos, como bien decía Rumi. Ven, ¿no? Ven a la caravana, ven a los que todavía creemos, a los que tenemos esperanza, a los que buscamos la paz, ¿no? Entonces, la sana, estamos en el camino, estamos aprendiendo juntos. Y vamos a cerrar este evento con otra afiliada del sur de América, ¿no? Me complace muchísimo invitar a este espacio al presidente y a la vicepresidenta de la Asociación Argentina Enneagrama, Fabricio Mahmoud y Analía, a ver si por ahí, Vilariño, a ver, Mati, si me los pones por ahí, ya están acá, muchas gracias. Em, pues ya, chicos, estamos al cierre de la jornada, muy contentos de haber escuchado tantísimas cosas que vinculan a nuestro gran celebrado del día de hoy, el Eneagrama, con la paz, ¿no? Tan necesario tema, tan necesario espacio y energía ahora en la humanidad. Y pues nada, me gustaría muchísimo simplemente recordar, voy a cambiar tantito inglés. I just want to remember to our English speakers that you can choose in your bar the button that says interpretation and click Spanish if you want to listen this tricky, but that's the way it works. So the Spanish button, and I'm going to change again to Spanish. So, bueno, bienvenidos, Analía, Fabri, qué gusto tenerlos acá. Qué gusto cerrar este espacio con el sur de América, que es una tierra tan hermosa, Argentina. Y pedirle a Analía, si tú gustas, presentar a Fabri, que nos va a dar hoy la plática de esta afiliada.
Bueno, Fabri, tengo el honor de compartir con él, él es el presidente, así que nos llevamos muy bien con el equipo de trabajo que estamos ahora en la IA Argentina. Por acá está Matías Maceira, que es nuestro representante también, está Virginia Piesi, creo que estaba Angelina Rivero, María Paz, y también está
Viviana
Viviana Truco, que es nuestro miembro de honor. Así que bueno, felices de estar acá, es una idea que está avanzando muchísimo y bueno, queríamos compartirles eso, que estamos muy contentos y agradecer este espacio porque estuve escuchando casi todas las presentaciones y fue hermoso todo el día y sé que han trabajado muchísimo para esto y formamos comunidad. Así que bueno, sin más, nuestro querido presidente nos va a hablar sobre Enneagrama y la paz.
Muchas gracias, Analía. Muchas gracias a la IA Internacional y a mis compas de la IA Argentina. Para mí es un honor representarnos. Espero poder hacerlo a la altura. Siempre digo que no es tan importante quién va a transmitir el mensaje, sino el mensaje en sí. Así que invoco a nuestros guías superiores, a la divinidad, para que el mensaje llegue de la mejor forma a nuestros corazones. Y si puedo compartir pantalla, ¿sí? Gracias, Germán, por habernos dejado en este estado contemplativo, ¿sí? Mi presentación trata de esto, y los voy a invitar simplemente a hacer una pequeña meditación, ¿sí? Primero vamos a invocar la paz. Nosotros en el sufismo y en el islam en general decimos en el saludo Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, ¿sí? Y esto justamente es la paz esté contigo. O sea, salam, ¿sí? La invocación de la paz es justamente la manera en que nos comunicamos y en que abrimos el contacto con otros. Así que el tema que hoy nos toca es un tema que verdaderamente es puerta para poder estar en contacto con otros desde un lugar real y auténtico, ¿sí? Así que nos voy a invitar a que cerremos los ojos, ¿sí? Tomamos contacto con el cuerpo y con la respiración y vamos a inspirar y expirar con el mantra As-Salam. As-Salam. ¿Sí? Internamente repetimos para adentro, no necesitamos usar la boca, ¿sí? Con la inspiración y la expiración, As-Salam, As-Salam. Y dejamos que la paz surja desde el diamante que llevamos dentro. Inspiramos con As-Salam y expiramos con As-Salam. Y abrimos el corazón para recibir la plática de hoy. Y conectamos nuestros corazones, los aquí presentes y los que nos vean en otro momento. Assalamu alaikum a todos. La paz esté con todos nosotros. Y obviamente de lo que puedo hablar es del Enneagrama Sufí. Yo conocí el Enneagrama en el año 2001 dentro de mi camino espiritual, que es el sufismo. Yo no entré por la puerta que muchos entran, que es la puerta de Naranjo, o de las tipologías, o de Rizzo Hudson, sino que entré por la puerta de un enneagrama que inspiraba al cambio profundo en uno mismo, sin importar etiquetas. El símbolo nos habla, ¿sí? No como 9 puntos de tipificación, sino como la dinámica de la vida para la transformación interior. Cada uno de los símbolos, de los trazos, de las figuras que lo componen y de los puntos, nos invitan a encontrar la paz, a encontrar la plenitud, a encontrar la conexión, a encontrar el amor divino, a encontrar la verdadera felicidad, la felicidad en mayúscula, no la pequeña felicidad que está atada a los resultados, a los cambios de la vida, a las expectativas, sino una felicidad que trasciende, y una paz que trasciende el vaivén de la vida. Existe una pequeña paz, que es la paz de cuando la vida transita el camino que yo espero, mis expectativas. Si se me dan, por supuesto que estoy en paz, pero a veces la vida dice no, y algunas expectativas no se nos cumplen, no se nos dan, o nos ocurren sucesos que duelen, y ahí perdemos nuestra paz interior. Pero existe una paz grande, una paz mayor, con mayúsculas en nuestro interior, que tiene que ver de nuestro ser esencial, que no se deja cambiar, que se mantiene inmutable y que puede conectarse incluso en los momentos de adversidad. Y a eso estamos invitados. Arranco con esto, la verdad, paz no es pasividad, es recuerdo. El recuerdo, el zikr, en el cual en el sufismo practicamos, es porque en algún momento nuestro ser esencial, ¿sí? Mantenía un estado de paz y de armonía con lo que era. Pero luego, por el devenir de la biología y por el devenir de las circunstancias y por el devenir de la educación y de los tiempos, se forma un ego, ¿sí? Y esta paz del ser esencial a veces queda en segundo plano y empezamos con el ir y venir de nuestro ego. Entonces, la invitación en el sufismo siempre es al recuerdo de sí. Una frase que luego Gurdjieff tomó para sus trabajos, pero previamente en el sufismo se invocaba el recuerdo de sí mismo, de aquello que en nuestro interior es previo al rostro. ¿Quién eras antes de ser este? ¿Quién eras antes de tu nombre? ¿Quién eras antes de ser hijo de tus padres? Esta pregunta. Entonces es un recuerdo, un regreso a la esencia, un regreso al hogar, ¿sí? Que hemos estado durante algunos años extraviados. Por eso el enneagrama en la figura de la exada, ¿sí? Contiene encriptada la información y el proceso, el camino, ¿sí? De regreso a la esencia. La exada invita a pasar de un yo fragmentado, un yo en partes, ¿sí? a la unidad del ser. del ser esencial. La exada, acuérdense que el enneagrama no es solamente un sistema tipológico, ¿sí? El enneagrama representa el movimiento dinámico del alma entre opuestos, errores y virtudes. Y justamente en la exada, en esta figura, ¿sí?, está el devenir y el proceso psicoemocional en este movimiento de desvíos, repeticiones, errores que transitamos en nuestra vida, invocando también las palabras de Gurdjieff. Recuerden que si este circuito se puede recorrer la exada en un sentido o en otro. Se puede recorrer en el sentido, por ejemplo, 1, 4, 2, 8, o a la inversa, ¿sí? 1, 7, 5. Tiene dos sentidos de giro. En un sentido, el ser humano evoluciona en esta cuestión del proceso de desvío, repetición y errores. En un sentido, el ser humano aprende y evoluciona en conciencia para ir juntando esos fragmentos que duelen en el interior y volviéndolos una unicidad. Pero en un sentido opuesto, el ser humano involuciona. Y se dice que en esta creación, como la energía de la naturaleza es muy atractiva, ¿sí?, si uno deja algo a la intemperie, no suele salir algo mejor, sino que suele salir algo que se deteriora. Uno puede dejar una máquina a la intemperie y no la va a encontrar más brillante y mejor funcional, sino la va a encontrar más deteriorada. Uno deja unos restos de pollo a la intemperie y no nace un pollo nuevo. Seguramente se pudren y se los comen los gusanos. En esta creación, y por las leyes que atraen, todo proceso que no se le agrega conciencia involuciona. Es decir, si nos dejamos estar y simplemente repetimos el patrón automático, nuestra tendencia va a ser involucionar, no a evolucionar. Por ende, hay algo que tenemos que hacer, un trabajo que tenemos que hacer, ¿sí?, mujahada, un trabajo consciente espiritual, o lo que en el Islam se dice la gran yihad, yihad al-akbar, la guerra interna, que no es una guerra en el mundo, que no es una guerra de armas, es una guerra con los condicionamientos internos que nos separan de la esencia. Entonces, justamente, no hay paz en un ser humano fragmentado, no hay paz en un ser humano dividido, tironeado, tensionado en su interior. La paz comienza cuando cada vez menos partes en mí jalan en sentidos opuestos. La paz comienza cuando la danza en mi interior de partes, ¿sí?, es armónica. Es como una familia que se pelean todos. Mi interior es una familia de yoes que se pelean todos todo el día, o es una familia de yoes que acuerdan, conversan, dialogan, armonizan y jalan en el mismo sentido. La yihad al-akbar, la gran yihad, es la lucha con el propio ego, pero no para matarlo. De hecho, decía Maulana, mi maestro, un ser humano sin ego no puede encarnar, no puede estar en esta encarnación. El ego es el lastre, el cuerpo físico material, la arcilla que permite que estemos en esta manifestación. Pero sí un ego domado, un ego domesticado, un ego que en lugar de llevar las riendas del ser, deja que la esencia lleve las riendas, deja que el alma, ¿sí?, lleve la esencia del animal, y no al revés. Vieron que en la calle hay gente que sale a pasear a sus perros, y hay otra gente que los perros pasean a las personas. Bueno, esta es la metáfora. Mi ego me saca a pasear a mí, o yo saco a pasear a mi ego. El verdadero yo, ¿sí? Entonces, la exada justamente en este proceso de desvíos, repeticiones y errores, ¿sí? Nos invita a ir evolucionando y agregando conciencia, integrando partes que antes estaban separadas en mi interior. Luego tenemos la figura del triángulo. Y desde el sufismo, la paz no es la ausencia de guerra, sino que es esta guerra santa que reconcilia los opuestos. Es el recuerdo del hak, de la verdad divina, de la verdad auténtica, de lo real en nosotros. Yo entré, lo que más me gustó del Enneagrama cuando lo aprendí allá en el 2001 en mi camino, es que intentaba revelar lo real, lo veraz, lo permanente en uno mismo. Esto me atrajo muchísimo. Es como decir, no a la ilusión. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. La traducción es no hay otro Dios que Dios. Pero en otros niveles de comprensión dice no hay más verdad que la verdad. No hay otra verdad, no a la ilusión. Empieza con una negación. No a la ilusión en uno mismo. No a la autohipnosis del ego. No a las fantasías, al ilusorio, a lo externo, sí a la verdad que me habita. Y esto aplica para todo, en muchos niveles de conciencia. Muchas veces nuestro pecado es no darle a la vida lo que tenemos para darle, ocultarlo, el pecado del punto 6, o el pecado del punto 3, darle lo que no tengo, sacar plumas de colores que no existen en mí. El pecado del punto 3 es darle a la vida lo que no tengo verdaderamente en mi interior. El pecado del punto 6 es no darle lo que sí tengo, por miedo, por vergüenza, por cobardía. Bueno, el triángulo invita a reconciliar estos opuestos y todos los otros opuestos y polaridades en mi interior para acceder a ¿qué? Al hak, a mi verdad interior esencial. Y entonces no te doy más que lo que tengo. Lo que tengo te lo doy y lo que no tengo no lo invento. Soy lo más puro y veraz contigo, con el mundo, conmigo. Pero muchas veces jugamos estos juegos de simular lo que no somos. El ego juega el juego de simular y aparentar lo que no es, o de no entregar lo que sí es, por miedo al rechazo, por la vergüenza, lo que fuera. Entonces el triángulo entre estos dos puntos, 3 y 6 opuestos, invita al hak, a la punta del triángulo en donde yo digo, lo que es, sin agregarle ni quitarle nada. Y así lo entrego y así lo muestro, la congruencia interior y exterior. Y también representa que toda transformación necesita un choque consciente, citando Gurdjieff, la resolución de opuestos. Es una guerra, pero es una guerra santa. ¿Sí? Y es una guerra en el buen sentido. Es para la integración, no para la fragmentación. Porque siempre el punto de salida es superior. Está en un nivel superior a la base del triángulo. La base del triángulo es lo horizontal de la creación. Y la salida está en el 9, está por arriba de la horizontalidad. Mentalmente cualquiera de nosotros podría pensar en qué temas está dividido. Desde lo más básico. Quiero empezar a hacer dieta, pero me encanta comer cosas dulces. No pienso ceder. Ahí hay una dialéctica. Pero hasta cosas más complejas. Mi ego quiere que me muestre así y mi esencia está cansada de cargar con la mentira. Mi esencia solo quiere ser. Ahí hay otro. Y uno mentalmente podría decir, qué choque consciente, qué energía nueva, consciente, liberadora, superadora tiene que entrar en mí para resolver esta guerra interna. Y el centro, el círculo, tahuid o tawid, es justamente luego del proceso de la exada, de haber transitado los desvíos, los errores, las repeticiones y haber chocado con la conciencia y elevado el proceso, la exada entra en el triángulo, entra en la resolución que, si Dios quiere, eleva el proceso. Y volvemos a la exada y volvemos al triángulo. Y el resultado de este proceso nos va dejando más cerca del círculo, o más partes en el círculo, que trabajan con la unidad. ¿Y por qué la unidad? Porque a medida que nosotros estamos menos fragmentados y más en partes enteras, tenemos acceso más fácil a lo esencial en uno. Se abre el camino de tocar con lo esencial en uno mismo. Y cuando uno empieza a estar menos dividido por dentro, menos dividido entre la mente, la emoción y el cuerpo, uno empieza a escuchar mejor la voz del alma. Para cualquiera de los terapeutas que están aquí, cuando una persona comienza el proceso, fíjense cómo es el proceso terapéutico, fíjense cómo es su autoescucha y su capacidad de darse cuenta, su autoconciencia. Pero a medida que va avanzando, si el proceso es exitoso, fíjense la capacidad de mirarse en detalle que va ganando la persona. Y esa capacidad de mirarse en detalle no es ni más ni menos que el hecho de que menos fragmentos andan sueltos, de que la persona empieza a trabajar como una unidad. Y esa unidad, ese trabajo en unidad, esa energía que no drenan los fragmentos, la fragmentación, permite que la voz del alma sea mejor escuchada. Uno sintoniza con lo sutil. Para sintonizar con lo sutil en uno mismo, con los lataif, con los puntos sutiles en uno mismo, uno necesita silencio. Y el silencio no viene de una mente atormentada en fragmentos. Eso se los puedo asegurar. Entonces, cuando accedemos a ese tajwid, a esa unicidad en uno mismo, accedemos a la unidad con el todo, con el universo, Dios, Allah, quien ustedes quieran poner ahí. Esto no es una charla religiosa. Esto es una charla de cómo funcionamos como seres humanos. Y muchos de nosotros estamos resonando, deberíamos estar resonando con algunas de estas cuestiones. Por eso quiero que nos quedemos con eso. ¿Sí? Luego de los procesos, de los desvíos, de las repeticiones y de los choques en uno mismo, de las pequeñas batallas que libramos, vamos encontrando unidad y eso nos va conectando a la unidad del todo, a la unidad divina. Por eso la paz no es fijación en un punto, sino la danza armoniosa con el movimiento de la vida. Aquí, para los que quieren sacarle foto, lo tenemos todos juntos. Y aquí en inglés. Solamente traje una invitación desde el sufismo de lo que nos invita a cada punto del eneagrama. No estoy hablando de, obviamente, cuando miramos esto vamos a ver por qué cada tipo del eneagrama, cada tipo psicológico resuena con esto. Pero yo acá no estoy hablando de tipos, casualmente o causalmente. Yo estoy hablando de los puntos de la figura. Y los 9 puntos los trabajamos en nosotros. Todos tenemos que trabajar la bondad o sintonizar con la bondad, el amor divino, el valor esencial, la belleza del alma, ¿sí? La comprensión, la fe, la alegría, la verdad y la justicia y la unidad y la paz. ¿Sí? Pero en lugar de caer con las distorsiones del ego, hay un camino de pacificación del ego, o lo que es domar el animal, ¿sí? Domesticar el animal interior, que va cada uno con estos tips, una aceptación compasiva de la vida, ¿no? El ego es todo aquello que se opone a lo que es. El ego es todo aquello que se opone a lo que es, a lo manifiesto. Y la vida no está tan interesada en nuestros pequeños caprichos. La vida hace, la vida decreta. Y el ego se opone. Y ahí tenemos la rigidización del uno, que la ira que carga es que lucha contra lo que es. Le cuesta esa aceptación compasiva, le cuesta esa sintonización o ese someterse a la verdad. El 2, el servicio sin apego. ¿Y qué es esto? En alguna charla sufí, un 2 saltó y dijo, ¿pero qué? ¿Acaso entonces tengo que empezar a no ayudar a mi prójimo? ¿Tengo que no ayudar a los demás? ¿Tengo que, algo que es tan bonito que es ayudar en el mundo? Y mi maestro lo miró y le dijo, no, tenés que seguir ayudando, pero de forma anónima, que nadie sepa que es tu ayuda, que nada tu ego pueda tomar en favor de eso. Y ahí el 2 se quedó, ¿no? Epa, ayudar de forma anónima, que mi ego no pueda tomar, ya es otro negocio, ya es otra cuestión. Bueno, no sé cómo estamos de tiempo, Tali, igual esto lo puede cada uno.
Podemos tomar 5 minutitos más, Fabri, si gustas, para darle
Vale,
equidad a todos los
bueno, muchas
participantes.
gracias. No quería pasarme. Bien. Entonces, que el 2 haga, pero que su ego no pueda tomar la recompensa. Eso es el verdadero dar. Eso es el verdadero servicio sin apego al resultado. ¿Sí? Todos en el punto 3 estamos invitados a la autenticidad y la humildad. Todo camino espiritual comienza con la humildad, con aceptar el que algo roto está en mí, con el aceptar el que somos una mota de polvo viajando en una roca en el medio del universo a miles de kilómetros por hora. Nada. Una pluma se nos cruza en la órbita y todos nosotros dejamos de ser. Sin embargo, el ego a la mañana dice, espero que hoy sea un día soleado, como hablándole al cielo, a ver si me escucha. Autenticidad y humildad, la autenticidad de ser quien uno es, sin los juegos del 3 y del 6, ¿sí? Gratitud y presencia para el 4, ¿sí? Sintonizar con la gratitud de lo que sí. El 4 mira mucho lo que no, rápidamente mira lo que no. ¿Sí? Y el acto de presencia es la conexión, recuperar la conexión con el todo. Soy parte del todo, soy una mota más de polvo, soy una gota más de este océano, ¿sí? No estoy aparte, no soy una gota andando por ahí. El 5, la generosa entrega del 5 comienza por lo intelectual. Esto significa que no es mi conocimiento, es el conocimiento. Y yo solo soy canal. Con lo cual, cuando el 5 entiende que no es mi conocimiento, es el conocimiento y yo solo soy canal, no le queda otra que entregarlo y entregarse, porque el canal es un puente entre aquello y esto. Con lo cual tiene que conectar. El 6, ni hablar. El punto 6 nos invita justamente a confiar en que algo superior, en que hay una red de contención, en que algo superior nos arrulla, nos sostiene, en el río que lleva la hojita. La hojita que cae al río es llevada por el río. Y la hojita ahí flota. Confía en que el río lo llevará a un buen puerto. Y no se preocupa por cambiar el rumbo del río. El 7 aprende del gozo del instante. El 7, si puede gozar la austeridad, si puede entrar en el vacío y quedarse como un zen, gozando del vacío, si aprende a extraer el gozo, el 7 dije, ¿no? El gozo de ese vacío y del instante presente, evoluciona, adquiere la paz. El 8, empleando su poder como Abdala, al servicio, en el sufismo decimos, el rol más elevado para el ser humano es ser un servidor de Dios. O sea, no vamos a ser rey de la creación, no. Servidor de Dios es el rol más elevado. Con lo cual el 8, si aprende a ser un servidor del Altísimo, de lo que es, evoluciona. Pero en el rol de servidor. Con lo cual oye a la vida y obedece. No es que quiere transformar, manipular, controlar y forzar a la vida. No, oigo de la vida y me pongo a tu servicio. Me dejo vivir vida. Y el 9 sale de la pasividad violenta y se pone en un rol activo del alma. Sintoniza con su propia alma y se activa. ¿Sí? Se activa, porque la pasividad del 9 es violencia para el mundo, es negligencia. Y la negligencia no es un pecado en el Islam, pero es casi como si fuera un pecado. ¿Sí? Algunas escuelas dicen que es un pecado, otras escuelas no, pero la negligencia, ver algo y no activar, ¿sí? Y dejarlo como está, es una forma de no contribuir al mundo que somos, a la red humana que representamos. Y todo esto, esta paz interior, es fruto del trabajo del mujahada, ¿sí? Que es el trabajo y el esfuerzo espiritual. La transformación no es una cuestión inmediata, es una alquimia. Al profeta Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, le llegó 23 años recibir el mensaje. Y era un profeta, 23 años estuvo trabajándose y recibiendo el mensaje del Islam. ¿Sí? Y era un profeta. Entonces, no lo entendamos como de la noche a la mañana, sino como una alquimia lenta. Dhikr, recuerdo, meditación, oraciones, contemplación, ¿sí? Trabajo con los centros, la cabeza, la emoción, el cuerpo, permiten armonizar los elementos internos y obtenemos mayor paz. En un corazón partido, en un corazón en partes fragmentados, no hay paz. Y de esto llevado a lo comunitario. Cierro con esto, voy a ver si puedo poner de paso una musiquita, a ver si algunos pueden escucharla. No sé si se está compartiendo, no tiene importancia. ¿Sí? Cierro con esta poesía, perdón, con esta poesía de Ibn Arabi, ¿sí? Que es uno de los grandes poetas sufíes. ¿Sí? Mi corazón se ha vuelto capaz de toda forma, es pasto para las gacelas y convento para los monjes, la cava el peregrino las tablas de la Torá y el libro del Corán. Sigo la religión del amor donde quiera que vayan sus camellos, pues el amor es mi religión y mi fe. Fíjense, uno de los grandes representantes del sufismo y de los grandes poetas, hablando de la Torá, hablando de, de, de lo que va más allá de las formas, porque en realidad el sufí no es un religioso, es un místico. El religioso está preocupado por las formas, pero el sufí está preocupado por el origen, por la fusión con lo divino, con lo cual está dispuesto a tomar la forma para luego soltarlo. Muchas gracias, gracias a la IA Internacional, Talía y mis compas de la asociación. Voy a sacar esto.
Gracias, Fabri, gracias. Qué hermoso cierre. Creo que justo como comentaba anteriormente con Germán y después de tu presentación, estamos aterrizando, ¿no? Aterrizando en este maratón de 9 horas de celebración por el Enneagrama, 9 horas como son los 9 puntos. eh, digamos que qué importante darle espacio en nuestra vida a todo aquello que nos conecta con nuestro propio corazón y por ende con la paz, ¿no? Em, y pues, ¿qué más me queda que agradecer a esta increíble audiencia, a esta increíble comunidad que ha sostenido el espacio, el ritmo, el amor, porque siempre estuvimos arriba de 100 personas y eso es algo maravilloso. Quiere decir que ponemos al centro lo que es importante, que es nuestra humanidad. Este tema que hemos elegido para celebrar este año al Eneagrama es una evocación, ¿no? Una invocación, como tú decías, Fabri, el recuerdo de lo que es importante, de lo que necesitamos reactivar para vivir en un mundo mejor, para habitar este mundo de una manera
Tali,
más digna.
Y me
Sí,
permites dejar una oración para que todos nos la llevemos y la repitamos. Me
claro que sí.
gustaría, es oh Dios, oh Allah, oh universo, o cualquiera, ¿sí? Que pongan ahí, ¿sí? Te pido que la paz comience en mí y se despliegue como un círculo sin fin. Es solo una plegaria que uno puede
Amén,
repetir.
amén.
Amén,
Que así
amén.
sea.
Que así sea. Sí.
Gracias, Fabri.
Gracias. Gracias a
Bien, y
ustedes.
quiero solo por último robarles un par de minutos para que Mati me ayude a poner en pantalla al fabuloso equipo que ha puesto esto en orden, ¿no? Que ha planeado, que ha conspirado para que este hermosísimo, hermosísimo evento se llevara a cabo. Era un sueño para muchos de nosotros el poder tener eh, esta, sí, esta actividad y esta celebración. Y Matt, pudieras poner también a Deb, nuestra presidenta, que está aquí con nosotros. I'm going to switch to English. So, so they can understand me, and hopefully our interpreters can give us an extra hand in these few minutes. I just want to say thank you to this team. Thank you for like sustaining the spirit, the aim, the love, to put at the center this so important topic in our community. So Dev, if you want to close this event with a few words, please.
Yes, I do. I just want to say to all of you that I have traveled through 3 countries today, tracking with you all the way, and I have never had anything touch my heart quite as much as this event today. This is what we hope to see more of in the world. This is what we need to bring the world together, for us to be able to understand how the Enneagram has the power to bring us together, because it helps us to understand one another and to truly see each other and hear each other. I cannot thank you enough for your participation, for your time, for the love and the energy that went into this day. And we don't want this to just be one day. We want this to be the spirit of what people who study the Enneagram is all about. We have a world that is hurting, and we have knowledge of and access to something that is so powerful to help us heal. But if we just keep it to ourselves, then we don't contribute to the healing of the world. Today, I have felt a sense of oneness with this community that I have always wanted to feel. And at times I have felt it before, but today it was so powerful. And I want to see it remain that way. I know that some of you will be at the conference in July, some of you will not, but you'll be with us in spirit. And I want to say to all of you that as we go through time, as we have our challenges that we have to face, that we need to come together. We want to know what the challenges are, and we want to reach out across borders and help each other and hold each other's hands and hold each other's hearts. The more we learn, the more we grow, the more powerful and the larger the IEA becomes, the more opportunities we have to really be a source of light and love in this world. I felt your hearts today. And I will feel this and remember it for the rest of my life. What I do want to say once again is let's not let this just be one day. Let's live this way for the rest of our lives. And let's pass this knowledge and learning and wisdom on to the generations that will follow us. Let us allow the Enneagram to be what it was always intended to be. And that is something that brings us together in the spirit of love and unity and oneness. If we look at any of the great masters who we have followed and studied, they all talk about unity, connection, belonging, and oneness. Let's continue to make that a reality. I love you all so much. Thank you for everything that you have done and are doing. And we will continue to do this for the rest of our lives because we know that this is a path to unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you all. Thank you, Pedro, for your wise and innovating mind for this event. Thank you, Tom, for keeping us together all the time and, taking the best of us for this event. I want to mention Marga and Patrick too that are not here, but they were essential part of this team too. And Matti, of course, thank you for all your direction, guidance, and all your abilities, so necessary for this event. Thanks everyone in the world. Thank you so much. We are one. The Enneagram says that. So
yes.
Let's keep celebrating. Happy Enneagram Day.
Happy Enneagram Day.
Bye.